No, they don't. The Banks Wars, Shifting Demons. Bloodshed on the painting will explain. Don't fall for the Antichrist. Don't fall for the shape-shifting people. Look, in England, Remembrance Sunday, breakfast show. You need the white poppies for peace. And look at the background, all the colours, the stripes, and the comets and Planet X colours, and reported about TV News. Who funds the banker wars? So let's educate oneself, shall we? While I'm still awake. You torture, and it's all part of the globalist history. So see if I can find a link. The Rockefellers. Shall we have the look at the Rockefeller file? Who's behind all this? And the history of the facts. Who funded the World War I and II? Almost blink of World War III. It's all war is a racket. Let's see when it comes up. Greatest treason, not just in America. They created all this. Let's see if we'll find the link for it. Here we go. So you have somebody. There's an article on educateyourself.org. American poet, born patriot, born in the upper-class Quaker family in Pennsylvania, America. He dropped out of the elite Harvard School at the age of 16 to join the Marines with the outbreak of the Spanish-American War against Spain and Cuba, 1898. He lived about his age and was commissioned as a second lieutenant. He was first wounded at Guantanamo, I think it's pronounced. Then fighting the Boxer Rebellion, I think it's in China in 1900s, in Honduras in 1903, protecting the American consulate at the Battle of I can't pronounce the word, in Mexico in 1914 and Haiti in 1915. His bravery under fire earned him the Congressional Medal of Honor twice from the Marine Corps of France's First World War. His father, Thomas S. Butler, was a judge. I wonder if he's Freemason. Became the US Congress for 31 years, and chairman of the House of Navy Affairs Committee during Harding and Coolidge administrations. So it just gives you a background of that part. Now, the big picture and the money boys behind the scenes, he learned in the first half of the 12th century, where I had only learned in the closing decade of the century, Simply stated, modern wars are maneuvered and engineered into existence in order to generate obscene profits for behind-the-scenes corporate manipulators whose sons and daughters never serve or die in those wars. Sadly, innocent people do. Regardless of the age of having served in the military, and especially in a war zone, you feel a sense of conductedness and camaraderie with all who have served and are currently serving. It's frustrating to get mail from service personnel who, under the same delusions about the government and or their mission, and once assumed seemingly Butler published a short book in order to save the lives of young American military personnel. I recognise the truth on the mountain of lies that are fed by the governments of their stooges in the press. He wasn't about to sit back in silence of the manipulators and was sitting the stage of World War II. In 6 years prior to his death in the 1940s at the age of 58, he was actually trying to expose a plot by the wealthy industrialist to take over control of the administration of Franklin D. Roosevelt in a military coup in America. Today we know that such a takeover of the country did occur during the Roosevelt administration in a silent, bloodless manner. Today we live with a legacy that took over the first the same daunting task in educating the public in America, misadventures of the war and reality portrayal of the top. But it's not just America, is it? He was born in 1881, died in 1940s. So, The Wars of Racket, it always has been chapter 1, it's a book. It goes into the First World War, a handful of grant for the profits of the conflict. At least 21,000 new millionaires and billionaires were made in the United States as the World War. That many omitted their huge blood gains in their income taxes return, and how many other war millionaires satisfied their tax returns, no one knows. How many of these war millionaires shouldered a rifle? How many of these dug a ditch? How many of them knew what it meant to go hungry in a rat-infested dugout? How many of them spent sleepless nights, frightened nights, and ducking shells and shrapnel and gun battles and bullets? How many of them powered a bayonet thrust of the enemy? How many of them were wounded and killed in battle? Out of the war, nations acquired additional territory. If they were victorious, they just take it. This newly acquired territory promptly is exploited by the few, selfish few who wrung dollars out of blood in the war. I always wondered why the poppies are red. It symbolises blood, in my opinion. Vampire blood. The general public shoulders the bill. What is the bill? The bill renders a horrible accounting, newly placed gravestones, mangled bodies and slaughtered minds and broken hearts and homes, and economy constantly. Depression and its all attendant miseries and black and breaking taxation for generations and generations. So here we are, 13th of the 2022 Sunday UK, and it's all meant to be don't forget the lost souls. Well, why are you carrying on with the bloody scaremongering of third world potential war again? Duh, bankers' wars. For a great many years, a soldier had a suspicion that war was a racket, not until that they retired a civil life and did finally realise. Now that I see the international war clouds gathering, they are today, I must face it and speak out. In this book, the author says. Again, they are choosing sides. France, Russia. That's what's going on now, Russia, isn't it? Met and agreed to stand side by side. Italy and Australia hold to make a similar agreement, and Poland and Germany cast sheep eyes at each other, forgetting for the not once unique occasion their dispute over the Polish corridor. It's always over land, isn't it? So, aren't we all? But it goes quite deep back in history to the truth. Who makes the profits? World War over brief participation in it at cost of the United States, and it quotes a large figure. Don't forget what other countries it's cost. Skyrockets. 1914. It goes to the First World War, Second World War. Goes into very good research. So before I say that, educators.org. You'll find the link at 6:30. Water rackets. Just check my connection. You got the U27, you got all these public servants, you got all the symbolism of a copy. Educators have to. Banking all sides. That's what I mean by banking. Gotta get some sleep. At some point. see a strange object fly in the Scottish skies. See a strange object in the Scottish skies. The pompous military marching every year. Then look at the put up there. Marching every year for what? Was everybody just brain, condition to go along, not question it all? All those innocent souls, all these years, and not just the First World War, and now of course this year, they're pushing the late Queen, the late Majesty the Queen, second is the second, and guess the Antichrist, King Charles III, I think they call it, using their possession for the military. If you stop them bloody being commissioned to talk to people, stop funding unlawful wars. It's all technology now anyway. All you need to do is have these drones and high tech they do. If you want to take a country out, you need to do it with the technology there. Testing on innocent individuals. So make a special reach. You don't need the bloody cheating claim to be a monarch. There's a lot of people that are not supporting the royalty anymore. It's all really about business and trade and commerce. That's all it's about, really. For those that believe they need to join the military for whatever reason, just have your eyes wide open what you get yourself involved with. A one world army, one world police, one world everything. So changing. That's why tonight today is a big issue, a big public display of might. Well, all this is costing the public a fortune. At the times when people are homeless, ex-army members suffering and being homeless themselves with repercussions of what they've experienced in the wars. It could last generations from their parents. And you look in the history books, the facts, not the man-made. How was the NHS founded after the World War II? So why the hell do they have Brexit then? They had to drag America into it when they hit Pearl Harbor in the World War II, didn't they? Lockheed Martin, I think it's called that. a company has been making military devices. It's so expensive to have a military. And that's a martyr, a Malta. All these different bloodline families and the history of Freemasonry and different levels of that. It's interesting with that genealogy charts of the banking families from the past to the present, and you will see who's been funding both sides of wars. Nothing new. Anyway, these are the really end of days. I was out late. I had myself a nice burger. Homemade burgers, best I've made. Just I have to learn how to make them. Put a spice with some mint. I'll turn cheese and salad with it. Never really made a burger before. But this one was lovely. The meat was like proper meat. I don't know what kind of minced beef they used, but it was just wow. But they used the very, the chef was very good. And the place I went, all the artwork on the walls was very artistic. Well done. Very impressive. It's like having that style of place from, like, it should be London or a larger city, but up the road from where I am, it was a very unique, and it had wheelchair access, so it really was refreshing just to go up there and get a burger. Things said what I was going to get. Popped in somewhere I know that's open up quite late for coffee. Chat to staff on there and came home. Now I found things I won't mention, but anyway. Well, I enjoyed that little break. It's amazing what you see. It's just for a little while, stay out for a little while. And night time. Hasn't changed all these years, the night life. Getting gaslighted by a public vehicle. This is what I mean. Everybody's going to be on parade and all that best outfit, and I'm sure a lot of people don't even know half the things that goes on. They don't know the history. I'm drawing the book. I'm drawing outside. I got I'm gonna copy him. Oh dear. It's a joke. I joined the boys' brigade and the girls' brigade. My late mum used to watch this kind of program on telly all the time. She was a royalist herself. I never was. I mean, I met the late Queen once when I was younger, that's about it. All the scandal with Jimmy Savile, the paedophilia linked to the royal family. They keep all that out, don't they? Of mainstream coverage. The King George II, known as Prince Charles, has his connections involved with it all, allegedly. Brave people have come out about it. It's indicated. I'm not sure if it's a Scottish. Don't know where Balmoral is. Is it Scotland or Norfolk? The campaigners, the survivors of ritual abuse at the hands of the royal family and its connections. It's a very, very good documentary. So when people remember that when they see them marching in front of the statues of the war statues in London. Well, they're beautiful people that died. I thought they were doing the good right thing, you know. My heart goes out to their families and families in generational. Okay. Just showing at the life we're living in now. We've got UFOs flying through the sky in Scotland. March to yeah. King Charles the Leader in Remembrance Sunday for the first time. King Charles the Leader.
Changing of the guard. Just 9 weeks after the Queen passed away, King Charles will lead the nation in remembrance for the first time as King. A moving moment, according to royal author Katie Nicholl.
I think it will be a really poignant reminder to all of us watching, and particularly to the veteran community, that she's not here anymore. And it will be these moments, these points in the calendar where we're just...
Now her descendants will be out in force at the cenotaph to honour the millions who sacrificed their lives.
Bankers' wars, that's what I mean. Unbelievable.
Everyone's favorite politician in the Sunday Mirror plan.
Gosh, front page of the Mirror. Hancock hasn't got a prayer. I am watching it. I am. I love it. I don't really have a lot of time for.
Isn't it? He says he hasn't got a prayer. I don't know. A very good friend of mine last night's actually 14.
A bit early in my life. Only on GB News. In our workplace, we work in their home. So we desperately want the children to come back singing. We do want the visitors back in, but we need to be safe.
Yeah, but frankly, we've all, as a society, had to come to terms with this post-COVID world now, where, I mean, obviously we've still got the choice if we want to wear a mask or not. But it's terribly important that we all get together and that our old folk or our infirm folk see their relatives. So why do you think that some care homes still, and it looks pretty unreasonable, are still saying no to visitors when we know that it's probably now a risk worth taking?
I think again, because of they're either misunderstanding what the rules are, or they're, I don't know, I think probably because they become institutionalised and bogged down with being locked down. And what, you're quite right, what we have to do is move out. Everybody's been vaccinated. Remember, they insisted that our social care staff were vaccinated against their wishes, our sacked. So we've had trauma for over 2.5 years now, and I think any care home that is closed, if you really have a problem, just phone your local authority. They can insist, and they have the power to go into the home and insist that visiting is correct. The CQC are inept. They're not fit for purpose. They should be standing up and saying that this is what you've got to do. I think it's the lack of outright directive. I don't think it needs another law. We've got the law.
I mean, how important is it then, David, from your experience, I mean, for those people who don't have relatives in their homes and don't know how it all works, how important is it for the care of those people who are living there, that they have that, not only the physical care that you provide as an organisation, but the emotional care that families provide?
One of the biggest aspects, I've been doing this for 50 years now, this is what you've got to do. I think it's the lack of outright directive. I don't think it needs another law. We've got the law. And to come back singing, we do want the visitor. So behind them that care homes eventually have to make up their own pretty much guidance. If you take Bradford, in September, 20 care homes would have had outbreaks of COVID. Now that would be 2 or 3 residents or 2 or 3 staff, depending on what determines an outbreak in local areas. They then say, right, we will restrict visiting, pretty much like you would do for diarrhea and sickness or with flu. You limit the number of people that can contaminate and spread the disease of the virus. So we've all been left pretty much to devise what we think is right. Now, where there are care homes who do not allow, everybody is entitled to phone up safeguarding at their local authority, and a safeguarding officer will attend and has the right of enforcement to go in, and the care home is the wrong side of the law if they're refusing to allow visitors. Families are integral to our homes. What we are is a home. The saying is, residents are not in our workplace, we work in their home. So we desperately want the children to come back singing. We do want the visitors back in, but we need to be safe.
Yeah, but frankly, we've all, as a society, had to come to terms with this post-COVID world now, where, I mean, obviously we've still got the choice if we want to wear a mask or not, but it's terribly important that we all get together and that our old folk or our infirm folk see their relatives. So why do you think that some care homes still, and it looks pretty unreasonable, are still saying no to visitors when we know that it's probably now a risk worth taking?
I think again, because of they're either misunderstanding what the rules are, or they're, I don't know. I think probably because they become institutionalised and bogged down with being locked down. And what you're quite right, what we have to do is move out. Everybody's been vaccinated. Remember, they insisted that our social care staff were vaccinated against their wishes, or sacked. So we've had trauma for over 2.5 years now, and I think any care home that is closed, if you really have a problem, just phone your local authority. They can insist, and they have to go into the home and insist that visiting is correct. The CQC are inept. They're not fit for purpose. They should be standing up and saying that this is what you've got to do. I think it's the lack of outright directive. I don't think it needs another law. We've got the law.
I mean, how important is it then, Dave, from your experience, I mean, for those people who don't have relatives in care homes and don't know how it all works, how important is it for the care of those people who are living there, that they have that, not only the physical care that you provide as an organisation, but the emotional care that families provide?
One of the biggest aspects, I've been doing this for 50 years now, and I've always said that when it's a very, very difficult decision to have a relative in a care home, there is a lot of guilt attached to that decision. And therefore, it's important from both sets of people, the relative and the resident, for the mental welfare, the continuity of face, of touch, of hugs, that's tantamount to good health. It's as important as the medicine you'll be giving this morning. The cuddles that our staff give were no substitute for the cuddles of the daughter or the smile of the son or families. Care homes should be an integral family unit, not about just the resident. We have to protect staff, and the staff, social care staff, were left out by a limb during COVID. But now to take as I think they have to treat COVID as flu and make sensible precautions.
Oh, David, it's really good to talk to you this morning. I have to say, with that attitude, I wouldn't mind ending up. I wouldn't mind ending up in one of your homes.
You can come to the family Christmas party.
I'm glad to hear there is one. Yeah. Can I just ask you one more question and watch your language on this one? What do you think of the former Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, being on that TV programme at the moment?
Okay, so my opinion is not that the process of government was wrong, but that he's deliberately lied. This is my opinion. That he said there was a ring of protection around care homes, knowing full well we have no PPE, we have no testing facilities, and that they deliberately discharged without a negative result. They caused the mayhem in March 2020. For him now to go in and say that he wishes to, I don't know, play the clown to pay off his divorce settlement, presumably, I have no idea. The man should not be in the post, and he doesn't represent what is about our health service, our social care service. And he's just a bad memory, is Mr. Hancock. He's just a bad memory.
Well, interesting. Interesting. David, thank you very much indeed. It's really good to talk to you this morning.
It's great.
Thank you.
Oh,
gosh.
Yeah. But
interesting coming from somebody who was on the front line.
Interesting. But I mean, isn't it interesting? I mean, look, I've never been to myself, so I don't know what they're like. But that's the right philosophy, is it? You know, that they aren't living in where we work, we live. That's the right attitude.
And it's a very, very important one, but I know there are lots of care homes that don't have that, or should be reminded of that sort of attitude. And we know, and it's certainly not all victims at all, as he said, but we know that there are still relatives being prevented from going in to see their loved ones, and I cannot understand that happening.
No, but as he said, you can
go to your local authority and demand action. So but if Helen Whately herself had problems just back in July.
Well, it's not knowing, isn't it? Well, how you take it forward. But anyway, let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Don't go anywhere unless you just have to make a quick cup of tea. We've got the papers for you. Just.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Friday and Sunday night from 9, it's Mark Dolan tonight.
On the same page again, there's something good happening.
Let Ian finish, don't be such a cranky.
That mini budget was the tip of the iceberg.
We are going to be talking about that a bit later. It's not only people who served, it's also animals.
Yeah,
they are remembered.
Service animals did incredible work, actually. I know they don't get a choice in it all, but it's nice that they're marked and remembered too. Now, King Charles is reportedly giving low-earning royal staff a bonus from his own private income to help them cope with the cost of living.
Yeah, staff earning under 30 grand will receive a one-off £600 payment on top of this month's salary. Higher earners will get progressively less.
Well, it comes as the UK is expected to enter a long recession, and of course, as you know, we have that soaring inflation rate.
Yes, of course. Well, joining us now is Grant Hamilton, who used to be the butler to the King when he was the Prince of Wales. Very good morning to you. Has Prince Charles ever done this in the past?
Good morning. I wasn't surprised at this because, I remember a few years ago there was about the Duke of Cornwall as he was then, and I remember one of these tenants, or a few of them were going through difficult times. I can't remember the situation, but I remember them actually saying that he had given them money, so much money to kind of help them get by. So
to pay off his divorce settlement, presumably. I have no idea. The man should not be in the post, and he doesn't represent what is great about our health service, our social care service, and he's just a bad memory.
Changing the subject now. Choking myself. We have Planet. Oh, I can't stop coughing. Which is a pink sunrise. Yes. Nebra. True reason for things is Nibiru Wormwood Comet Planet X to affect Earth December 2022 and January 2023. This is not at sunrise at 5 to 7 in the morning. 5weather.co.uk, Scotland. Pardon me. Right. I'll reshare this image. Oh no, you've got to get some sleep. Oh dear, my voice is going. Sunrise, sunset. Not natural. Oh dear. Stop hacking my computer. I'm being hacked again. Right. Drills need to wow. Rockefeller Christmas tree rising. Oh, wow. Times are changing. Go back to the one. Drills need to wow. Sunrise, sunset. Right, I'm checking my channel. Stop hacking me. I'm trying to stop this. Trying.
Inside your head is a 3-pound marvel that rivals any technology in the world today. Spark.
What's going on there, folks? Good evening. It's the Earth Master here on this Saturday night, November 12th, 2022. It's about 10:01 p.m. California time. Latest quake shows some activity out here. A 3.6 into the South America region. It looks like somewhere buried underneath all of those earthquakes. A lot of activity. Actually, 3.6 is over here, Indonesia area. I could have sworn I've seen a green flag in here. There's just so many of them. A lot of earthquake activity ramping up around the South America region recently. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Okay, so I start this video off with a question. I've got good news and bad news. Which one do you want first? Oh, you want the bad news. Okay. Well, the bad news is dark days are coming to planet Earth. You might be saying right now, well, dark days are, yeah, they're going to get way darker. But the good news, okay, so I start this sure it's, like, talk about that. So we'll also have comments of the day. And we'll hang out. My name is Tom. You're
Mother Goddess. There are only 3 Mother Goddesses. There can only be 3 at a time on this planet, and there is a male equivalent of which there can be only 3 of them.
Someone picked up these rituals. Why do these reptilians conduct their own rituals?
They don't seem to have the psychic abilities, and they look for people that have that and people in the bloodline that have that. And I have had that. I've had a tremendous amount of psychic ability, and so I was picked before birth, and this is also something that other survivors that have been in high conditions have told me.
What's the connection there between you and psychic abilities? Those who recognized from the start, when you went through to conduct a major ritual?
Well, it's kind of first of all, they needed the psychic abilities because they control or attempt to control events, because I would have the ability to foretell what was going to happen, and they needed the information to just try to control it to an outcome that was good for them. The second is that during the rituals, you had to have psychic ability. You have to be very powerful in that way to call out the old ones that are also reptilian, that come from another dimension. They actually they materialize from out of another dimension and are present at rituals, and they are so powerful, and their presence is there's a an evilness about them, and they want out of this other dimension. And they have to be called out by someone who has that power, and the reptilians don't have this power. That's very important. They don't have this power to call out these old ones that have to do with them. And
what is it that humans have that the reptilians don't have, that means they don't have the power to connect interdimensionally, and some humans do?
We have the ability to foresee, to be able to become vibrationally higher, and see into those levels, go into those levels. And in fact, agencies use this, they call it remote viewing, to go, that these humans have the ability to go into the past, go into the future, to go to other places, to astrally leave their body, astrally, and to see things that we've always had this ability, and it's like having a third eye, which they don't have. They don't have this ability. So during ritual, these old ones are called out, and they are what Christianity would have called the demons. They are called out, and there is a circle that it has a hexagon in there, which is a powerful occultic symbol, and then there is a pentagram, and there in the middle of that there is a triangle, and if you're the one calling them out, then you stand in the triangle so that you're not devoured or taken by these creatures that come.
That creates an energy field around you, which they can't penetrate.
They can't penetrate it, and they cannot get outside the pentagram. And they want out. They're always demanding to be let out. And so you have to be very powerful to keep them in line and to make them go back when it is time for them to go back.
Why do the reptilians want to manifest these quote demons at the rituals?
It brings power to the rituals. It brings power to them. They are told things by these entities, and they are encouraged to go on with what they're doing, and knowledge is imparted to them through these entities. But it takes a person with the ability to bring them out and make them answer, because they don't want to cooperate with you. They have to cooperate when the right person has control over them.
That person's
right, yes.
You talked about the Aryan race coming from Mars. One expression of it seems to be very clearly what we call the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians had two deities, St. George, which became a British deity, who defeated the dragon, which seems incredibly symbolic. And also St. Michael, who, according to the legend, banished Satan, or this negative force, into the abyss. Is this symbolism of the abyss anything to do with the fact that these reptilian demons of another dimension are somehow locked in time-space prison, and they can't get out? They can only get out when they're brought in that way.
Yes, they want out of that dimension. They have been thrown into that dimension, and they can't leave that dimension. And that's actually what the abyss is about, is being in a different dimension. It's like something to do with the fourth dimension. And before I even knew, for example, what I was saying, or I realized what I was saying, I would be saying to my therapists and other survivors that the fourth dimension was a dimension to stay away from. Not at that time, understanding the whole thing.
Why do these rituals take place at certain key times of the year and so often are related to the phases of the moon?
Because the moon has an influence on this planet, and also the sun. These also take place during different things that go on with the sun, but the moon it's kind of a really very cyclical thing with the moon. It takes place on full moons, new moons. It has to do with the current religion or what they're using, the Druid religion that they've taken used. They still hold on to the Egyptology type of religion. They hold on to the Druidism though, and they're currently calling themselves Druidic or Druid. And Druidism is tied in with the cycles of the moon, which it has to do with planting and sowing and harvesting. And there are so many days that they can use from this to their own purpose and their own end that they bring it about. There's a lot of ritualization with Druidism, and they love ritualization.
So take us through one of these rituals that you conducted at the highest level of this global brotherhood. What would happen?
There were people that were bred from birth. They were bred to be ritual sacrifices. I have a problem with what they is said a lot today, especially by the Alzheimer's Syndrome Foundation, and how could all of these people disappear, or how could all these babies be born? I worked with a nurse midwife. We did home births, and it's very easy not to register a child when it's born. And then they have these children that they're kidnapping and bringing in from other countries, and no one misses them because these are third world countries. And the children they have the most energy, the purest energy, they're the highest form of sacrifice. And they will terrorize these children and mind control these children. And in rituals, by the time they're brought into rituals, they may be drugged, or they may not be drugged, or they may be in an altered state because of the mind control. And they are used as actual blood sacrifices during these rituals because of, again, reptilians needing their blood. And they will take various organs from the sacrifices depending on what date the ritual may, what the ritual may be associated with on that date. But they will also slit the throat from the left ear to the right ear, and the blood will be gathered in a goblet, and it will be dispersed among the reptilians, and dispersed among, also after that, among people that have been participating in these rituals and seem to have it, even though they seem to be dissociated. Mostly these people seem to be cognizant of what they are doing.
Are these rituals rare? I mean, how many are there that, say, go on a year? I mean,
There is some.
Thousands of
There are things happening every month of the year. There is not a month in this 12-month system that something is not happening. And it's more than one. I mean, it's every full moon. And the very important rituals are the summer solstice and the winter solstice, and then there is the vernal equinox and the fall equinox. And there is Samhain, and there is Beltane, there is Imbolc in February, there is Lughnasadh, which is in the beginning of August. There's a whole week leading up to Beltane and also leading up to Samhain. It's called Grand Climax.
So May the 1st is Beltane.
May the 1st is Beltane.
Halloween, particularly in America, has become like a mini Christmas, almost like a holiday of celebration with the trick and treat and all this other stuff. But what actually happens outside the public arena that night of Halloween and into November the 1st?
Away from the public arena, there's a ritual that's taking place in 6 different locations in this country for all of the councils of 13 in the area that I'm in. Here it is the East Side Christian Church on 7th and Temple Street in Long Beach. And it is for the High Council of 13. And in this country on that night, it is a satanic ritual. It's actually, there are 3 nights in a row at that church. The first night is Halloween.
What happens on the night of Halloween?
That night is about the worship and homage to Satan. And that is what a lot of people in this country know the devil to be. This is about the devil, Satan. And Christianity talks constantly. I mean, I believe they created the Christianity to be what it is. And so they also have created this Satan. And so they control in that way. And on that night, there's a lot of bloodshed and there are sacrifices made to Satan. There is a person who plays the part of this in this High Council that has to do with this High Council. He's not on the High Council, but he has to do with playing the part of Satan. He is a televangelist on TBN. He used to be, he filled in for a little while as the lead singer on Iron Butterfly many years ago. And he has long blonde hair.
What's his name?
At this point, I don't recall his name. It just, I recognize his face. I saw it recently on TBN. And then this is his cover where he is DID. And he plays this part, the great deceiver Satan, on that night, on Halloween at this church. And that is what happens on Halloween. And I mean, what else I must say what is going on with Halloween in this country? It's just becoming so popular. It is also to desensitize people to the whole thing, and even this backlash Christian movement that wants to call it the Harvest Festival. It does not realize that the Harvest Festival has to do with Druidic religion. And again, they are still doing the same thing and celebrating the Harvest Festival. That's what the Harvest Festival is about.
Are many of the so-called Christian rituals, because that's what they are, festivals or ceremonies, are they actually, to most Christians, unknowing representations of these satanic rituals?
Yes, they are. One, for example, Christmas has to do with it's a time It comes right after the winter solstice, which is a satanic or a druidic celebration. It has to do, there's a day in there called that day, which is not a day. It has to do with the killing of the old king and the birth of the new king, which is a druidic day. On the 24th or the 25th at midnight, there is a ceremony that's specifically for children, and it's called the last bulb on the tree.
What is that?
That is something that's used with children. It's part of programming them into the whole thing. And there were things that would happen to the last child that hung the last bulb on the tree on Christmas Eve, as it was a common practice to decorate the tree on Christmas Eve. And the tree in itself is a phallic symbol, and it's paganistic. Christmas is based on pagan day, and back to Roman times, and Christians have given it. They think they have given it a Christian meaning, and it means something else, and it does not. But there is the case with the last bulb on the tree that has something to do with what happened to this little girl, JonBenét.
JonBenét Ramsey.
Yes, JonBenét Ramsey. And this occurred on this night because of the day it has to do with. It comes right after the winter solstice, which is a satanic or a druidic celebration. It has to do, there's a day in there called that day, which is not a day. It has to do with the killing of the old king and the birth of the new king, which is a druidic day. On the 24th or the 25th at midnight, there is a ceremony that's specifically for children, and it's called the last bulb on the tree.
Where does that come from?
That is something that's used with children. It's part of programming them into the whole thing. And there were things that would happen to the child that hung the last bulb on the tree on Christmas Eve, as it was a common practice to decorate the tree on Christmas Eve, and the tree in itself is a phallic symbol, and it's paganistic. Christmas is based on pagan day, and back to Roman times, and Christians have given it. They think they have given it a Christian meaning, and it means something else, and it does not. But there is the case that with the last bulb on the tree that has something to do with what happened to this little girl, JonBenét.
JonBenét Ramsey.
Yes, JonBenét Ramsey. And this occurred on this night because of the day it has to do with, and the ceremony that it has to do with. And there were rituals done on that night to these little children. So that is totally tied into it.
I have heard that JonBenét's name is relevant to the rituals. Do you know anything about that?
John Bay is a satanic deity or Satan. John Bay is a name for Satan. And that name is just closely tied in. It is so close, and I don't understand why it hasn't come out. And that I know it hasn't been talked about. But that is why she was killed on the day that she was killed, and her family, as far as I'm concerned, her family is involved in this, and that there's always a price to be involved in it. She was the price. This little girl lost her life.
Can we talk about some of the famous names that people around the world would know who, in your experience, have taken part in these rituals that you've conducted? You say you've conducted them in Europe and the United States. Can we start with the United States?
Yes, I have seen at rituals, I have seen George Bush. I have seen Madeleine Albright. I have seen Henry Kissinger. I have seen Ronald Reagan. And I have also, by the way, seen his wife, Nancy Reagan. I have seen Hillary Clinton before I knew she was Hillary Clinton at the time. At these rituals, she is involved. The other people that I have named are, because I've seen shapeshift into reptilians. I have not seen Hillary Clinton actually shapeshift, but she is involved. I have seen the two sons when they were young, the two sons of George Bush present at these rituals.
Are these the sons that have become governors?
Yes, one is in Florida and one is in Texas. I have seen, did I mention Jay Rockefeller? And he shapeshifts. I've seen George Deukmejian and Ronald Reagan again, having been governor in California. There have been people such as Newt Gingrich. I saw, and I didn't know at the time that he was Newt Gingrich. I recognized that he was Newt Gingrich when Clinton came into power, and after he was, Newt Gingrich was then elected Speaker of the House, and I was horrified to realize that this man was also there. All of this has affected me to the point I don't vote. All of these people seem to all be connected to the Illuminati, and I don't feel like being part of having anything to do with them.
Presidents like Carter and Ford and Clinton.
I've seen Ford there.
Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford, yes.
Are they all reptilian bloodlines?
I haven't seen Carter shapeshift.
You've seen him at rituals?
Yes. Gerald Ford, I have seen shapeshift. And Johnson also.
Lyndon Johnson.
Lyndon Johnson. Also, Dr. Joseph Mengele, who took me around to these rituals a lot of the time, was also a shapeshifter. And there were also people that there are people in European countries that I've seen shapeshift and be involved. And this it doesn't surprise me any more than it does the people in this country doing it. It's just for some reason more shocking, and it cuts even deeper. Because I've seen the Queen Mother there, and I have seen the Queen there. I've seen Princess Margaret there. I've seen Charles there. and they shapeshift. And I have seen this. I'm not coming up with his name right now, but he was president in France after de Gaulle. He was there. I've seen him there. I've seen the Rothschilds there. I used to see the Rothschild that lived in England there, but the one that still goes there and is a shapeshifter, Guy de Rothschild, Baron Guy de Rothschild, has been to all of these rituals and has been over in this country under the name of Dr. Barrington and tried to program me and has impregnated me several times with eggs that were taken from me years ago and were impregnated with semen from Pindar and then placed back into my uterus. This has happened to me twice, once at age 39 and this year right before I turned 43. And I had told my therapist ahead of time before I ever could have known that this had been done to me. And it's happened at a certain place in where I have been living in the San Fernando Valley. It's happened at a house on Tyrone Street in Sherman Oaks. And my understanding is that there have been other survivors that have talked about this location as having been involved with programming and so on. And he had, Baron Guy de Rothschild has tried to program me. All these years he has been trying to control me, get me back under control. And the Marquis de Libero is someone else that attends all of these functions and is, since he is the one in power, he attends all these functions. I have seen Tony Blair there, and he shapeshifts. I have seen Prince Philip there. They all have their quirks as to how they act, even in their reptilian form. And they all, they act. They don't act all like robots, but they have their quirks. They have their so-called personalities, but they are all cold-blooded. They would kill at the drop of a hat. I have even, since I've seen the picture of some people on that are talking about this subject, I've seen them. When I've seen their pictures, I've recognized them. I did a double take a few weeks ago when I saw again someone who's been talking about around this subject, and it seems to be popular right now.
Who's that?
This man by the last name of Sitchin. I've seen at rituals, and he is a shapeshifter. And I did a double take when I saw him, the picture of him, because I recognize him. And there's another person that I've seen, this Gardner, Sir Gardner.
That Lawrence Gardner.
Sir Lawrence Gardner. And he had recently written an article that was out in Nexus magazine. Part of it was about the menstrual blood, and what really triggered me was when he called it Starfire, because that is one of that is the name of one of the aspects of the three women who are the dressed mother goddess. That is my name in all of this. So this man I have seen, he has lots of power within this sect of reptilians, and he's someone that you would want to watch out for outside of this too, as is this Sitchin person.
What do you remember about Zachariah Sitchin?
Zachariah Sitchin was someone in the rituals or in attending the rituals who was not a major player in as far as the rituals went, but was someone that others present did not make remarks at, or were very careful as to what they said around him. And he was talking about, he would be talking about doing away with people or persons that were in his way, or were putting out information that he didn't feel that he wanted put out. He is very much a disinformer, and that is his job, to disinform about what is going on with the Illuminati and with the reptilians.
He actually warned me off from investigating the reptilians, interestingly. Where do the rituals take place that you've been involved in, involving the British royal family?
Glamis Castle, Stonehenge, Balmoral Castle. I have reason to believe there's a church, and I think it may be Westminster Abbey, and there is a Mothers of Darkness castle or chateau in Brussels, Belgium. They've been there too. And also in France, the Marquis de Liberaux Pindar has a castle in the Alsace-Lorraine region of France. And I believe it's in the Alsace region that he uses. And there are certain rituals done at that castle down in the dungeon part of that castle, and there's an entrance down there to underground places in the earth. And there is a natural formation of rocks that kind of glow green, and they keep menstrual blood in that formation, and this green glowing from these rocks actually turns the blood a darker color, and it's called black blood, and it's used in certain rituals. But there are also, they keep small, there are smaller, less developed little reptilians that are kept down there. They're kind of pets. But one other thing that's also down there, there are eggs. It's like a nest of eggs kept down in that part where it's warm. It's very warm down there into this entrance. And these eggs are kept down there incubating. And they are the reptiles' eggs. And that's where they keep them.
What are your memories of conducting the rituals for the royal family? What happened? What were they doing?
One thing that sticks out in my mind is that there was before this was back in the late 70s. This was before Charles was married to Diana. He was involved with Camilla Parker Bowles, and she does not shapeshift, but she became pregnant by Charles, and she produced a baby. And this baby was presented at the ritual and killed. And that is the price, the firstborn between these two, and eventually these two will marry. And that is the price that is to be paid, the sacrifice of the firstborn between the union of these two people. And I've seen that there. Something else that sticks out in my mind is that it was around the late 80s that I saw a very kind of dark man he was Arabic. It seemed to be Arabic or Egyptian, and I heard the name Fayed being mentioned, and the Queen Mother was there, and I called her the Black Queen, and she and he were talking very seriously and at some length about the subject. They were mentioning Diana, and they were mentioning his son, Dodi. And at the time, I didn't know who Dodi was. I knew who Diana was. I never saw her at any rituals.
Where did this conversation take place?
This took place at Balmoral Castle. And I heard them talking about a marriage between these two, and I thought at the time, well, she's married to Charles. Can there be a marriage? She's married to Charles. I didn't understand why the Queen Mother and this person that I now know to be Dodi Fayed, because I heard Fayed, Muhammad al-Fayed, talking, and I'd seen them together at, I saw them at Balmoral Castle. I overheard the conversation at Balmoral, but I'd seen them also at Mothers of Darkness Chateau in Brussels, and they were talking about a union between Diana and his son Dodi back in the late 80s, and I did not understand at that time, because I understood Diana to be married to Charles. I knew that she was married to Charles, and they had 2 children, and they were about to have another. And the Queen Mother, all I could pick up was that for some reason there was a malevolence towards Diana. And Diana I had never seen at a ritual. I wondered what she knew about all of this.
What have you seen the royal family do, the Queen Mother, and the other people you've seen in the rituals? What have you seen them do?
I've seen all of them drink human blood and consume human flesh, and they have their own goblets in which they have blood, and these goblets are encrusted with jewels. And they also have their own daggers, and that the dagger goes into the goblet, and they stir the blood around with it. And it's also a what it is. It's a symbol of the phallus going into the vagina when they're doing this. And I've seen them do this, and some of them have even, like the Queen Mother I saw with, she had her own little, like almost between a very elaborate ornate chair or a throne kind of thing brought in for her to sit. And because before these rituals actually start, there is a kind of people move around the room and talk, or recognize one another. It's a formal kind of a ritualistic setup, the way they talk and the way they introduce each other. It's like a court.
What are they wearing?
They're wearing robes. They're not wearing anything underneath the robes, and the robes are very ornate. They all have, the one thing in common they have is they have a red color like blood, and some of them have purple, and they have gold kinds of lines running through them. They have the Merovingian symbol of France, the fleur-de-lis, and there are jewels that are sewn in at certain points on these robes, and they wear these robes, but they don't wear anything underneath the robes, because what is going to happen, what the rituals are all about, they're going to shapeshift, and they can't have anything on under the robes, and there are orgy kind of things that go on at the rituals also. And
involving the royal family of Britain.
Yes, involving the royal family of Britain, and the sacrifice and the eating of, consuming the sacrifice, and they are involved in that.
You've seen them do that?
Yes, I have seen them do that.
People in Britain, listening to what you're saying, would obviously be staggered, I guess, anywhere in the world. But what would stagger them mostly is, in Britain, the Queen Mother has an image of being the nation's grandmother, a nice old lady, and good old Queen Mum, what a lovely lady. What's your experience of the Queen Mother?
She is very cold in reality, and she is very cruel, and she is very different than she comes across to the public. She's cold-blooded. If she feels that you are someone beneath her, even in the Illuminati, that you're at her equal or your station is above her, she will not speak to you. She will not recognize you. She obviously, from what I see, enjoys consuming human flesh. It's sickening. The one person that she seems to be afraid of is Pindar.
People would also look at the Queen Mother's elderly, frail stature and find it very difficult to see her taking part in rituals and doing anything, if you like, active. Do they go into a different state in terms of age and strength and all these other attributes when they actually shapeshift?
Yes, the human body that they choose to occupy or take when it was young, it ages, but when they take the reptilian form, these reptilians live hundreds of years. And so they have to have taken more than one human body to live in. A lot of them are much, much older, and including Queen Mother in this, older than people think that she is. She's been in more than one body, human form. And when the time comes, if it is time for her to go on, and it's been chosen that she still has, it's known that she still has life and years to go, again, she will be put into the body, the essence of her, and the reptilian form will go, or the essence of her will go into another body that is also has the ability to shapeshift into reptilian form.
One of the pure reptilian human bloodlines.
Yes.
What happens when, take the Queen Mother as an example, what happens when they shapeshift? I mean, what do you see?
You start to see changes happen, and they're happening so fast that it's almost, it's the closest thing that I've seen to it is what they're now doing with computer technology. It's just a literal transformation that happens very quickly, and they get taller and they get bigger, and they don't look at all as reptilians like they do as humans, and thus wearing of the robes, because if they were in clothes, the clothes would be torn apart.
So let's take the Queen Mother on this subject as an example. We recognize her as a frail old lady. What does she look like when she shapeshifts at these rituals?
She has, she looks like the nose portion gets very much longer, and it grows into kind of a snout kind of thing. She has little fangs, and incisors as teeth, and there's a tongue. They all seem to have this kind of tongue when they're at this level. The tongue has a lot of long, hairy or pointed projections coming out of it. It's very long, and they have these. They don't have hands or feet. They have these claws, and they have scales, and also scales that seem to kind of disappear into one another. But it's more pronounced on the back. There seem to be lumps or protrusions coming from the head. There seem to be some kind of growth appendages at where, on the back, and they seem folded, and not all of them have that. And there is a tail, and they a lot of times will keep the tail curled, and when I've seen her when she's very displeased with something, as I've seen other members like this, this tail is whipped around, very agitated, and they do, and she hisses.
What color are
they? Which one in particular?
Let's take the Queen Mother as an example.
She's kind of a beige color on the underside, and by the time you're going up around to the back and the tail and the top of the head and on top of the nose, snout, whatever, it's coming to a very, they're dark speckles or large speckles of dark browns. And the eyes, usually, they're large, they look like, they're very round, and they look like they're coming out of their sockets, and very protruding. And usually the color ranges from a beige to a gold to a dark greenish gold, and then there's this dark slit up and down, a vertical slit. And when the eyes will look hooded, and when they look hooded, it's a very frightening thing, because it seems that when the eyes are hooded, they're about to do something.
What do you mean by hooded?
The lids come down, and they like, it's almost, I guess it would be the same thing in a human as an expression of someone's got an idea.
And how tall are they when they shapeshift?
They're just about 7 feet tall, and some are a little shorter, or to a foot shorter. Some are a little bit taller than 7 feet.
So what would the Queen and Prince Charles look like in their reptilian form?
As to height?
As to general appearance?
Charles resembles in both ways, in human form and in reptilian. He resembles Pindar. He's shorter though in reptilian form than Pindar, but the way that the reptilian, the nose shapes into the snout at that point, and the jaw becomes the underpart. It's very much like Pindar, and his mother doesn't look quite the same as he does.
But what does the Queen look like?
The Queen, she's darker, not quite so pale. She's darker all over. She doesn't have the amount of I would call it freckling. It's more like a gradual, like the skin is gradually getting darker. It's more smooth. And she does have the lumps up around her head and down the tail, the spine. Charles has the tails down around the spine. And funny enough, he has the protrusions from the skull in the reptilian form, where right above where it seems like his ears would have been.
What is it about the rituals that allow the shapeshifting to happen?
When the victims are starting to be sacrificed, it's the scent of the blood, and they start shape-shifting at that point in time, and they can hardly wait to get to the blood. It's like they're addicted to the blood, and then the consumption of human flesh that follows.
What have you seen the Queen or any of the royal family do in relation to that? Have you seen them sacrifice and consume human flesh?
There are certain times when they will actually do a sacrifice, or there will have been someone doing a sacrifice, and it's not happening fast enough for them. So they will step in and finish it themselves, because the sacrifice the ritual has to be gone through. It's sacrificially, ritualistically, it has to have been gone through, and they will step right in and just start tearing the throat out, and they're getting all this blood from the jugular vein at the same time. And that has happened when there are many there that are going to be sacrificed, and they just can't wait. And then tearing into the contents of the abdomen and stomach of a victim afterwards.
Who have you seen do that?
I've seen the Queen Mother do that, and Prince Philip and Charles. I've seen Guy de Rothschild do this. It seems that I've seen it more among royalty, or some so-called royalty, do this than people that are not titled. That they don't seem to. They seem like it feels like they don't dare. But they shapeshift nonetheless. But it's like the royals that step in and just start tearing away because they can hardly wait.
How long can they hold the reptilian form in these occasions?
During the rituals, it's much easier for them to hold their reptilian form. They can stay in that form. But what it is they have a hard time holding their human form. And as long as they're around blood and the scent of blood, they can't hold a human form.
Where do you think the story of Diana fits into all this? In terms of the ritual that you know about, the royal family background that you know about. What was all that about? What happened in Paris?
Diana was a ritual sacrifice because she's named after goddess Diana. She was chosen from before birth for the purpose of which she served. I understand and very well, and am very empathetic towards Diana, because in a way it parallels what happened to me, to have served your purpose, had 2 children, and then be tossed aside. And to her horror, though, she obviously never attending a ritual, she knew something was happening, and she knew what was going on and could not be trusted to be in a ritual anyways. I don't think that Diana would have attended a ritual. I don't think that they could get her to cooperate in this, because she actually saw for herself that this was going on after she married Charles.
Was there any way, when Diana was married to Charles, without attending a blood ritual, that she could have seen him or one of the others become a reptile?
They have a tendency when they're asleep to shapeshift, and they have to consciously hold their form, and when they're asleep, they have a tendency to not hold human form and to shapeshift into reptilians. And there could be other things that happen. I'm thinking about the times that Diana would have gone through a menstrual period. Well, that would have also really triggered some of these people in the royal family that are reptilian around her to want to shapeshift, or any woman, any human woman in that household that would be having a period that scent of blood would tend to cause a momentary shapeshift.
what was the whole, what appears to be a ceremony surrounding her assassination? What was that about? The rumors that she was pregnant, the Egyptian Dodi Fayed, and the place where it all happened, which is an ancient sacrificial site to the goddess Diana. How does all that fit together in the rituals that you know about?
Okay, the crone aspect of the goddess is Hecate, and the day of Hecate is on August 13th. And what is very prevalent with the Illuminati and what they've done with the Druidism and other in Egyptian religions is they like to mirror the numbers. And so as like, for example, with the goddess Isis, her number is 18. When you mirror it, it's 81, and that is the number of the sister of Isis, Nephthys. And Nephthys was considered the evil sister to Isis. With Hecate, what I think happened here is that she was sacrificed, and it was a very important sacrifice because 3 people died, and it was a picture of the triad of Isis, Osiris, and Horus to them. Horus being the unborn child of Dodi Fayed that Diana carried and was 3 months old, which is another very important fact, a number that's important to them to be 3 months old. Sacrificial babies are taken in utero at 3, 5, and 7 months. And when I heard about this is a deal that I understood now had gone down, and she had to die in that tunnel because that tunnel's a passageway for Diana, the goddess. And she died at the 13th pillar again because of Hecate. And on the 31st, because it's the mirror image of 13. And my understanding of what I get inside of me, and because I was told by Baron Guy de Rothschild last beginning of February when he was in this country and he was there to try and reprogram me again and impregnate me, was that he was in the tunnel. That night he had to be there because not only was it a ritual death of Diana, this was also about taking her soul. And he was taking the soul of Diana, which no one else there could do. Whoever was present there could not do it. He could do it. And he was in France.
This is the hypnotic stare you talk about.
Yes. And drawing in the breath. And he had to be there to do this ritual killing, this ritual murder.
This would mean that the ambulance team and a doctor that arrived within a minute of the crash coming the other way must have been in on this whole deal, or at least the people in charge of the ambulance team. From your experience of the kind of people involved in this Illuminati satanic network, do you think that's possible that they could set that up?
Yes, I do. I've seen a lot of things set up that if you did not know, if you weren't in on the so-called inner circle, or know what the Illuminati can do, because they depend on people not believing they're really there, you would not, you would have a hard time believing it. That this has been such a secretive group and worked in such insidious ways to infiltrate and control. And there are so many unanswered questions they don't seem to be able to answer about Diana that keep coming up in spite of all the reports that come out, because there are people that don't believe what they're hearing.
What would have been the purpose of creating such a clear and definite ritual in the assassination of Diana? What would be the purpose of that when they could have killed her in another way?
Because it had to be done as a ritual, because they were going to take her soul. And it had to happen in the tunnel. It had to happen that way. It had to happen in that year. And this is all, there's all a timeline to all of this.
There's been many rumors that she was pregnant. But as I understand it, one of her friends says that that was not possible because she knew that very shortly before she'd had a menstrual period. Is it possible to be pregnant and for that to still happen?
Yes, it is. This happened to me. I was impregnated with one of my own fertilized egg that was fertilized by this sperm of Pindar. And he sent Guy de Rothschild to impregnate me in this manner. And I was impregnated in October of '94. I had periods up until February when it was discovered, and they seemed normal, not light. And I then was, since I had the background of a nurse, and had worked with a nurse midwife delivering babies, I was, for some reason, it occurred to me to check my stomach, my abdomen, and I realized that I was pregnant. And so I ended up seeing the doctor, who told me, he verified, you're pregnant. He did it with blood tests, with the urine test, and ultrasound exam. And if I don't do an abortion on you tomorrow, you're going to have to go through a different type of abortion, which probably would have been a saline abortion. And I knew what I was pregnant with by that time. And so I was terrified to go through with it, and I could not go through with it, knowing what I knew. And so I had the abortion, but I had periods the whole time.
You were impregnated at the point that it happened without you having any knowledge of it?
No, I did not.
Is it possible that that happened to Diana if she was, as the evidence that I've looked at suggests, also mind-controlled and a multiple from the early part of her life?
That is definitely more than a probability. The thing about being multiple or dissociative identity disorder is that the host person doesn't know that they are, that they have missing time, but then they have amnesia for the missing time. They don't realize they're missing time. They don't realize things are happening to them. They show up, pregnant. They show up with marks on their bodies. They don't know, I think I must have bumped myself, and that's not how it happened. Or they have needle marks on their body when they've been gotten a hold of and drugged. And it's only when they start to realize something's not right and they try and make a timeline and try and account for their time they realize there's so much they can't account for that they simply took for granted. Oh, I was out shopping, or I was at this person's house, or I was over there. Then they realize they don't have a timeline for any of these things.
Do you think that Diana's children were Prince Charles's children?
I do not believe that William is, I've heard that he was Charles's son. I've heard about someone else, and I believe that it was neither. I believe that this child of Prince William is the son of Pindar, and she was impregnated and she did not realize that.
When you look at the ritual nature of all that, you've got Osiris that would seem symbolized by dirty fire, you've got Isis symbolized by Diana. Presumably the baby quite obviously symbolizes Horus, an Egyptian legend and ritual. Why create that in a tunnel in Paris at that time? What was it designed to do, to symbolize or whatever?
It's to symbolize, it's part of symbolizing getting the world ready to recognize the Horus that is about to come upon us in the year 2000. This year 2000 is the age of Horus and Osiris reborn, and there's sacrifice involved. And the sacrifice is the mother, and the sacrifice is this child, and yet it involves another child who yet lives by the same mother. And
you're talking about William?
Yes, I am talking about William.
What would have happened to Diana in your experience of the ritual, and what would have happened to the unborn child after the events in the tunnel in Paris?
Diana left the tunnel dead. She didn't leave that tunnel alive. That ritual, she had to die in that tunnel, and they had to take her soul in that tunnel, and they had to take the soul or developing essence of the unborn child. And in the hospital, it follows logically, according to what I know about what they do, that they would have taken the uterus and the fetus from Diana, that would have been taken, and as a ritual, that would have been taken, and they would have removed other body parts.
And done what?
Distributed them for high Illuminati members to consume, because this is a ritual sacrifice.
Some strange things happened after that. Strange things happened all the way through it. But suddenly, the decision was made that she would not be buried in the local church where she wanted to be buried, but on an island among the trees in a lake at Upthorpe Park. And Earl Spencer, her brother, claims through a dream he was inspired to put 4 black swans on the lake. Therefore, from your, again, knowledge of the ritual, what does all that mean? Why do that?
Because 4 black swans have to do with 4 directions, 4 seasons. They have to do with something for all eternity. To have 4 of something black, like that swan's figure in Celtic mythology, quite a bit in the Druid mythology. and black is the color of Hecate, and one of the goddess aspects, the three goddess aspects that they have, the name is Black Flame or Black Star, and Black Flame means unto death, and so therefore the color black, and somewhere in there would be a flame.
The decisions after her death to put her on an island among the trees in a lake and the 4 black swans were all, at least on the surface, taken by her brother Earl Spencer. Have you any experience of him?
Earl Spencer, I have seen at rituals. He's definitely tied into it. Her family has been part of this. She has this bloodline. I have not seen him shapeshift, but he's tied into it.
You've seen him at rituals?
Yes, I have.
Sacrifices took place?
Yes, I have.
What about her father? Any knowledge of him?
Her father was present at rituals. Her father would have been involved way before Diana was born. For her to have been involved in watch her actions after she was married, cutting herself, being anorexic, being bulimic, just these are so indicative of someone who has been involved in mind control, has been hurt, has been forced to follow mind programming. That this would have started when she was a little child, and her father would have been involved.
So if they got her into this mind control stream from birth, presumably they would have been able to shape events right from that point to the 13th pillar.
Yes. Yeah, they would have. When somebody becomes what we call multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder, there are many programs that are induced, that can be induced at any point. I mean, you've got the machinery in place when they're a very small child, and as they're grown, they can install programs at any point and have different parts hold these programs, and they can be made to do just about anything. They're taught things such as red light is a green light, go through the light. They drive faster than they realize they're driving. They are able to memorize or see, just glance at something and right away just pick what the point is that they're going after for some reason, or they can memorize phone numbers in just a glance.
The car hit the 13th pillar, driven by Henri Paul, who was missing for 3 hours that night, a man who's been connected to both British and French intelligence. Given the obsession with the number 13, it seems beyond coincidence that with all those pillars in the tunnel, it hit the 13th. Is it possible to mind control someone like Henri Paul so that at speed they could pick out the 13th tunnel, the 13th pillar?
Yes, it is. He also, it's very, very possible that he was drugged and programmed in the time he was missing. It's possible for him to have taken medication but not have it affect him at all.
Does that include alcohol?
Alcohol also, yeah. And then maybe later or not, it would affect him, depending on if that's what the program was for it to affect him. But it might not affect someone at all. I've been through this myself, so I know this to be true. And
what happened to you in this instance?
It was a very bad time in my life. The one time in particular I'm speaking of, where my then husband told me that he wanted a divorce, and I took approximately 8. I don't remember what the dosage was, but 8 Xanax pills in front of him, and I drove from where I lived in Orange County to the Norwalk area, and went to see my therapist, who was holding some groups in this area. And I did not feel the effects of the pills at all when I drove to see him. I did not feel the effects of the pills at all when I left there an hour and a half later. And I had no car accidents. I wasn't stopped. My driving skills were very good. And I've seen it happen with other people that have had the mind control programming in this DID, and you just swallow up medication, and one part holds on to it, and it does not affect the body.
So if you're in a compartment that is not connected to taking the pills, you're not affected by it. But if you were put into that compartment that took the pills, if you like, you would be affected by them.
Yes, and you can also have, what they can do with you is have a whole bunch of alters or parts lined up that, okay, you will be out from this point to this point, and then this next part, will be out at from this point to this point. They can keep going like that. It can be a very complicated, long thing. They can line them up that way. That's where the programming goes.
Do you think this could explain the apparent mystery of a alcohol reading of Henri Paul that was equivalent to 8 Scottish on an empty stomach, while the video evidence of the Ritz Hotel security cameras is that this was not a man in the minutes before he drove Diana into the tunnel that was in any way at that level of drunkenness?
Yes, that can very well explain it. With this kind of mind control programming that they do, once you go into that mode that they want you in, you can be hurt and in a lot of pain, or you can be drugged to the gills, or have drunk too much, and you appear to be no pain at all, appear to be perfectly with it, and you don't feel it. You feel all right.
People would find it difficult, just coming from their own experience and observation, that someone could drive a car into a tunnel at considerable speed and pick out among 30 yards the 13th pillar. How is that possible to program someone to do that?
Because that someone has been taught and programmed and taught and programmed and taught for quite a while how to do this at a very fast speed. The mind works very fast, and if they have the mind and body connected the right way, they can drive. This person would have been able to drive into the 13th pillar at a fast speed.
Would that have been happening on a conscious level, or would the subconscious have been pulling the strings?
This would be on a subconscious level, and the person would not be aware themselves of what they were doing.
In those crucial minutes before Henri Paul got in the car and drove away, would someone have had to have given him the trigger to access and activate the programming then? Or could he have been in some way pre-programmed to be triggered at that time? And if so, what would that be?
Well, he was probably programmed to do all of this at a trigger signal. And so what happened is that somebody triggered him with a preset signal that he was told when you are given this signal, you will act out. You know, and the program was already set to go off when the trigger, when he saw the trigger.
What form could this trigger have taken?
It could have been a hand signal. It could have been a certain type of handshake. It could have been a color that he saw that was flashed in front of his face. It could have been a certain person doing a hand signal. It's most likely that there was a person present that he was to react to when this person said something or signaled him in some way.
Given the extent of your programming from birth, how was it possible for you to break out of it, as you appear to have done now?
One thing that happened is that in 1989, my programmer handler died, who was Mengele. And he was in this country so much, and I was around him so much, and he had a lot of control over me. And what happens when a programmer handler dies, they usually have taught the person that they've been working with, to be very, very loyal unto death to them. And that's something that they, in the end, it works against everything, because when they die, even someone else coming in and trying to take over, a lot of these altars are not open to that and are loyal to that one person. And in my case, Baron Guy de Rothschild is the one that tried to take over. And for some number of years, there was a lot of the time, half the time they got their way, and half the time they didn't. And in major things, they did not get their way. One of the things that I went out and did in 1993 was I cut my hair off, and because I was publicly seen and known to have very, very long hair, I could no longer be seen. I could not be seen with my hair short. This would have caused a lot of questions with other people that had been programmed. And they still tried to carry on with other parts where I wouldn't have to be publicly seen, because they still consider me to hold this status, and they still consider me their property. I was always told I was their property.
One question that people would ask is, given all that you know, why don't they just take you out?
They still have plans for me, and this was told to me just a few days ago by someone else who has spoken with Baron Guy de Rothschild, that they have plans for me, and they plan to try to have me back because of the psychic abilities, and that is not going to happen.
In the little bit of tape we've got left, could we just turn the subject to the jewelry that you've got to your left there? What is that? Was that part of the rituals that you were involved in?
The first one, this is a child's ring. It is a 14 karat gold white, or 14 karat white gold ring with a diamond in the middle of a hexagram, or a hexagonal shape, and it looks like hexagon if you were able to look closely at the diamond. This was returned to me by my ex-husband, who told me, well, this was in your daughter's clothes, and this was a message to me, and it was a trigger to me for him to do this. Very While any high-ranking survivors that I have talked to that know of this ring know that it's from Mothers of Darkness, and it would be very unusual. I mean, I don't know of anyone else that has a ring like this in their possession at this point in time.
And what's the necklace?
The necklace here is made out of copper, and it's very Egyptian, and it was given to me when I turned 19, and that's an important age because you really start at the position I was at, having these psychic powers in full effect and being allowed to do this in full effect during rituals, and this was worn during certain rituals.
Why copper and why have it at all?
Copper is a transmitter. Copper has always been used in the occult. It has a specific meaning. The meaning it has is because I had a triad of altars that were very active in a lot of rituals, and the triad was Isis, Osiris, and Horus. And Isis was the part that drew down the moon, and Osiris performed the rituals, and Horus was what was born of performing those rituals.
Just in the literally 3 minutes we got left, 3 or 4 minutes, I know it's difficult, but I want people to understand the nature of what's going on to so many people today. What sort of things were done to you as part of your traumatization as a child and later?
I was electroshocked to the extent that my parents were told when I was in first grade that my IQ was 70 and that I was retarded, and they said I would be retarded. I always had trouble in school because when I was in school, because I missed so much school. My school records are missing. They've just disappeared. I have medical records that are missing. My birth certificate appears to have been tampered with. I have had my eyelids taped open, and so I couldn't shut my eyes. I have been electroshocked. I've been put into a narcoleptic sleep and had earphones placed over my ears and had messages repeated and repeated for days. I've had drugs injected into my body so that my nerves were just like on fire, and then they would just touch me. I've had, since I wasn't allowed to have marks on my body, they couldn't use a cattle prod on me, but they do use cattle prods on people in torturing them, and they do use electrical stimulation to the genitals and also on the teeth. And they like to inject between the toes and under the fingernails and up in the gums. I've also had some kind of scarring done up through the roof of my mouth all the way up to the brainstem back here that gives me a photographic memory. And I have calcium blocks around the pineal gland that seem to be perfectly spaced and even, and it's very, very curious. Doctors can't seem to come up with a reason for that. I have been programmed to be anorexic, to be bulimic. For the government programming, since I was also used by the government in this country, I was programmed to cut my arms if I started to remember, which I was punished for by the Illuminati, as I was not to have these marks upon myself. I was made to eat my own feces as a little child. I was made to drink my own urine. I was not allowed to go to the bathroom. I was placed in a sensory deprivation tank. I had my shoulders, my knees, my toes, and my fingers, my elbows dislocated and then put back into place when they wanted me to be traumatized. I've repeatedly had phone calls of tones coming over my phone, and tones that you can't make by pressing telephone buttons, tones that sound like sonar sounds from a submarine, tones that sound like they were made by some type of instrument. And I have had directed energy used on me, ELF, low frequency electric waves used on me, microwave energy, and this in turn has created two different, I would hear one tone in one ear, one tone in a different tone in the other ear. It creates a third tone. They're called tritones. They change the electrical activity of your brainwaves and to put you in the state they want you in. I have been programmed to run through red light, thinking it's green. There's been a lot of programming done around my children that used my children against me. And it's a very painful subject with me. To know that this is happening to my children, the same thing that's happened to me. It's hard, it's easier. I don't know if I can make people understand this. It's easier for me to have, okay, I can handle that. I went through this. And what I want most is to expose these people because of what they're doing to children all over. But they're doing it to my children too. And my daughter believes I've abandoned her. My son believes I abandoned him. And they don't have hope when they're children. They don't have hope when their mother's taken away from them, and they're told that their mother just left them. So this is a cycle that goes on with thousands and thousands of survivors, not just myself. And this is how they perpetuate it if there is a parent that's protective that believes and has found out this is happening.
The astonishing revelations of Arizona Wilder, a very, very brave lady who's chosen to stand up and be counted. And only by enough people doing that is this nonsense and this manipulation going to be brought to an end, as it is in the next few years. Well, we've come to the end of our little tour of the Centre of Global Control, and we're here now outside the Houses of Parliament in London, the so-called mother of parliaments, because of course it has provided the blueprint for so many other so-called democracies all around the world. But in fact, it's just another vehicle for the one-party state that is relentlessly turning out legislation advancing this global centralization agenda. Not a place of democracy at all, a place for legislating the agenda into reality. Well, you've heard the information and possibly read it in The Biggest Secret at greater length also. The question is, what are we going to do about it? That's entirely up to you as an individual and me as an individual. As someone once said, what you think of me is none of my business, and it's not. This is just information, make of it what you will. But what we make of it and what we decide to do in the light of this knowledge will decide the kind of world that we and our children are going to live in the next few years and beyond. The Chinese have a word that means at the same time both danger, crisis, and opportunity. And that's the situation we're in now. Yes, there's a crisis. Yes, there's a danger of this global fascist state becoming reality, but it's also an opportunity to wake up and make the change that will turn this planet from a prison into the paradise it once was and the paradise it will become again. And that is about choice, choosing what we do as a result of what we know. And I quote in my books a number of times an American comedian called Bill Hicks, a genius in his way, very angry man, but a very brilliant man, a very profound man. And he described life in this way. He said, life's like a ride in an amusement park. And when you go on it, you think it's real because that's how powerful our minds are. The ride goes up and down, round and round. It has thrills and chills. And it's very brightly colored. And it's very loud. And it's fun for a while. Some have been on the ride for a long time. And they remember and they come back to us and they say, hey, don't be afraid ever. because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up. I've got a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry and my family and my big bank account. This has to be real. It's just a ride. But we always kill those good guys who try to tell us that and let the demons run amok. But it doesn't matter because it's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. In other words, it's just a reflection of our own attitudes. And to change, as Bill Hicks said, doesn't need big bank accounts. It just means a choice right now between fear and love. Fear is the four-letter word that has controlled this planet and this human race for thousands of years. Love is the word that will set us free. And that's the choice we face now. And the world that those two choices will create will be so different as to be unexplainable. The chasm between the two, a prison or a paradise. I just want to say one other thing before we finish this video. I don't want to demonize the reptilian race because it's just a genetic stream in the great forever. I'm talking about a sliver of this reptilian race that is behind this manipulation, not the race in general. And indeed, many of the reptilian stream, both in physical bodies and in other dimensions, are working now to help humanity win their freedom, win our freedom back. And I'd like to thank once again also Arizona Wilder for having the guts to stand up and speak her truth. And if enough people do that, then this house of cards, because that's all it is in the end, is going to fall. And I'd like to thank also my friend Brian Desborough for helping Arizona and for his own commitment to truth. We're now at the crossroads of the evolution of the human race, or a crossroads anyway. And the good news is this. There is a global awakening going on. I've spoken in something like 20 countries in the last 18 months. People are waking up. They're asking questions. They're seeing themselves and the world in a different light. And this is going to gather pace and is gathering pace all the time. And it's this transformation of human thought and perception that is going to bring the change that we dreamed about for so long. Dreams are merely imagination, which can be made reality if we're prepared to do what is necessary to achieve that. That's the challenge we face now. It's a wonderful, wonderful time to be alive, and we're all privileged to be here to play a part in setting this world free for the first time in known human history. From the epicenter of global control, but not for very much longer. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.
Ow. Oh. Isn't that what I thought? Sometimes it's not interesting. Those cases. Oh, I might read books. It's just this way. I know what's amazing. I locked the door because there's an electric in there. I locked up. See for shoes in.
That is not going to happen.
In the little bit of tape we've got left, could we just take up the subject to the jury you've got to your left there? What is that? Was that part of the rituals that you were involved?
The first one, this is a child's ring. It is a 14 karat gold, white, or 14 karat white gold ring with a diamond diameter. On the 31st, because it's the mirror image of 13. And knife and tools, a lot of it. There are only 3 love goddesses. There can only be 3 at a time on this planet, and there is a male equivalent in which there can be only 3 of them.
Someone about these rituals. Why do these reptilians conduct their own rituals?
They don't seem to have the psychic abilities, and they look for people that have that and people in the bloodline that have that. And I understand that. I've had a tremendous amount of psychic, and so I was okay to before birth is also something that other survivors like that in my relations have.
There's the connection that between you and people that you're supposed to recognize from this. You to conduct the ritual.
It's kind of, first of all, they needed the psychic abilities because they controlled or attempt to control events, because I would have the ability to foretell what was going to happen, and they needed the information to try to control it to be an outcome that was good for them. The second thing is that during the rituals, you have to have psychic ability. You have to be very powerful in that way to call out the old ones that are also reptilian, that come from another dimension. They actually they materialize from out of another dimension and are present at rituals, and they are so powerful, and their presence is there's an evilness about them, and they want out of this other dimension, and they have to be called out by someone who has that power, and the reptilians don't have this power. That's very important. They don't have this power to call out these old ones that have to do with them. And
what is it that the humans have that the reptilians don't have? That means they don't have the power to connect individually, and some humans do.
We have the ability to foresee, to be able to become vibrationally higher, and see into those levels, go into those levels. In fact, agencies use this, they call it remote viewing, to go, that humans have the ability to go into the past, to go into the future, to go to other places, to astrally leave their body, astrally, and to see things that we've always had this ability, and it's like having other people that I have from Pindar, and then face back into my uterus. This has happened to me twice. I was at age 39, and this year, right before I turned 43, and I had told my therapist there, I never could have known that this had been done to me. And it's happened at a certain place where I have been living in San Fernando Valley. It's happened at a house on Tyrone Street in Sherman Oaks. And my understanding is that there have been other survivors that have talked about this location as having been involved with programming and so on. That he guaranteed Armstrong was trying to program me. All these years, he has been trying to control me, get me back under control. And the Marquis de Libero is someone else that attends all of these emotions. It is, since he is the one in power, he intends all these emotions. I have seen Tony Blair there, and he shapeshifts. I have seen Prince Philip there. They all have their quirks as to how they act in their reptilian form. And they all, they act, they don't act all like robots, but they have their quirks, they have their so-called personalities, but they are all cold-blooded. They would kill at the drop of a hat. I have even, since I've seen a picture of some people on that are talking about this subject, I've seen them, when I've seen their pictures, I've recognized them. I did a double take a few weeks ago when I saw again someone who's been talking about around this subject and seems to be popular right now. This man by the last name Sitchin, I've seen at rituals, and he's a shapeshifter. And double take when I saw the picture of him, because I recognized him. And there's another person that I've seen. This Gardner, Sir Gardner.
Lawrence Gardner.
Sir Lawrence Gardner. And he had recently written an article that was out in Nexus magazine. Part of it was about the menstrual blood, and what really triggered me was when he called it starfire, because that is the name of one of the aspects of the three women who are dressed Mother Goddess. That is my name in all of this. So this man, I can see he has lots of power within this small sect of reptilians, and he's someone that you want to watch out for outside of this too, as is this Sitchin person.
What do you remember about Zachariah Sitchin?
Zachariah Sitchin was someone in the rituals who, or attending the rituals, who was not a major player in as far as the rituals went, but was someone that others present did not make remarks that are very careful as to what they said around him. And he was talking about, he would be talking about doing away with people, persons that were in his way, or were putting out information that he didn't really put out. He is very much a disinformer, and that is his job, to disinform about what is going on with the Illuminati and with the reptilians.
He actually warned me off from investigating the reptilians, interestingly. Where do the rituals take place that you've been involved in, involving the British Royal Family?
Glamis Castle, Stonehenge, Balmoral Castle. I have recently, there's a church, I think it may be Westminster Abbey, and there is a Mothers of Darkness castle or chateau in Brussels, Belgium. They've been there too. And also in France, the Marquis de Pindar has a castle in the Alsace-Lorraine region of France. And I believe it's in the Alsace region that he uses. And there are certain rituals done at that castle down in the dungeon part of that castle, and there's an entrance down there to underground places in the earth. And there is a natural formation of rocks that glow green, and they keep menstrual blood in that formation, and this green glowing from these rocks actually turns the blood a darker color, and it's called black blood, and it's used in certain rituals. And there are also, they keep, there are smaller, less developed little reptilian down there, they have their eggs. It's like a nest of eggs kept down in that part where it's warm. It's very warm down there into this entrance. And these eggs are kept down there incubating. And they are the reptiles' eggs. And that's where they keep them.
What are your memories of conducting the rituals for the royal family? Of what happened? What were they doing?
One thing that sticks out in my mind is that there was before this was back in the late 70s. This was before Charles was married to Diana. He was involved with Carol Bones, and she does not shapeshift, but she became pregnant by Charles, and she produced a baby. And this baby was presented at the ritual and killed. And that is the price of firstborn between these two, and eventually these two will marry. And that is the price that is to be paid, the sacrifice of the firstborn between these two people. And I've seen that there. Something else that sticks out in my mind is that it was sometime around the late 80s that I saw a very kind of dark man that I thought that he was Arabic, seemed to be Arabic or Egyptian, and I heard the name Fayed being mentioned, and the Queen Mother was there, and I called her the Black Queen, and she and he were talking very seriously and at some length about the subject. They were mentioning Diana, and they were mentioning his son, Dodi. And at the time, I didn't know who Dodi was. I knew who Diana was. I never saw her at any rituals.
Where did this conversation take place?
This took place at Balmoral Castle. And I heard them talking about a marriage between these two, and I thought at the time, well, she's married to Charles. Could there be a marriage? She's married to Charles. I didn't understand why the Queen Mother and this person that I now know to be Dodi Fayed, because I heard Fayed, Muhammad al-Fayed, talking, and I seen them together at, I saw them at Balmoral Castle. I had overheard the congregation at Balmoral, but I'd seen them also at Mothers in Darkness Chateau in Brussels, and they were talking about the union between Diana and his son Dodi back in the late 80s, and I did not understand at that time, because I understood Diana to be married to Charles. I knew that she was married to Charles, and they had two children, and they were about to have an and the Queen Mother, all I could pick up was
have you seen the royal family do, the Queen Mother, and the other people you've seen in the rituals? What have you seen them do?
I've seen all of them drink human blood and consume human flesh, and they have their own goblets in which they have blood. These goblets are encrusted with jewels, and they also have their own daggers, and then the dagger goes into the goblet, and they stir the blood around with it, and it's also what it is, it's a symbol of the phallus going into the vagina when they're doing this. And I've seen them do this, and some of them have even like the Queen Mother I saw with, she had her own little, like almost between a very elaborate ornate chair or a throne kind of thing brought in for her to sit. And because before these rituals actually start, there is a kind of people move around the room and talk, or recognize one another. It's a formal kind of a ritualistic setup, the way they talk and the way they're introduced into this, like a court.
What are they wearing?
They're wearing robes. They're not wearing anything underneath the robes, and the robes are very ornate. They all have, the one thing in common they have is they have the red color, the blood, and some of them have purple, and they have gold kinds of lines running through them. They have the Merovingian symbol of France, the fleur-de-lis, and there are jewels that are sewn in at certain points on these robes, and they wear these robes, but they don't wear anything underneath the robes, because what is going to happen with the rituals are all about, they're going to change them, and they can't have anything on under the robes, and there are orgy kind of things that go on in the rituals also. And
involving the royal family of Britain.
Yes, involving the royal family of Britain, and the sacrifice, consuming sacrifice, and they are involved in that.
You've seen them do that?
Yes, I have seen them do that.
People in Britain, listening to what you're saying, would obviously be staggered, I guess, anywhere in the world, but what would stagger them mostly is in Britain, the Queen Mother has an image of being the nation's grandmother, a nice young lady, and good old Queen Mum, what a lovely lady. What's your experience of the Queen Mother?
She is very cold in reality, and she is very cruel, and she is very different than she comes across to the public. She's cold-blooded. If she feels that you are someone beneath her, even in the Illuminati, that you're at her equal or your station is above her, she will not speak to you. She will not recognize you. She obviously, from what I've seen, enjoys consuming human flesh. It's sickening. The one person that she seems to be afraid of is Hitler.
also look at the Queen Mother's elderly, frail stature and find it very difficult to see her taking part in rituals and doing anything, if you like, active. Do they go into a different state in terms of age and strength and all these other attributes when they actually share children?
Yes, the human body that they choose to occupy or take when it was young, it ages, but when they take the reptilian form, they still, these reptilians live hundreds of years, and they have to have taken more than one body to live in. A lot of them are much older, and including the mother is older than people think that she is. She's been in more than one body, human form. And when the time comes, if it is time for her to go on, it has been chosen that she still has, it's known that she still has the body for years to go. Again, she will be put into body, the essence of her in the reptilian form will go, the essence of her will go into another body that is also has the ability to shapeshift into reptilian form.
One of the pure reptilian human bloodlines.
Yes.
What happens when, take the Queen Mother as an example, what happens when they shapeshift? What do you see?
You start to see changes happen, and they're happening so fast that it's almost, it's the closest thing that I've seen to it is what they're now doing with computer technology. It's just a literal transformation that happens very quickly, and they get taller, they get bigger, and they don't look at all as reptilians like they do as humans. And thus wearing of the robes, because if they were in clothes, the clothes would be torn apart.
So let's take the Queen Mother on this subject as an example. We recognize her as a frail old lady. What does she look like when she shapeshifts to these rituals?
She looks like the nose portion gets very much longer, and it grows into kind of a snout kind of thing. She has little fangs, and the size of hers is teeth, and there's a tongue. They all seem to have this kind of tongue when they're at this level. The tongue has a lot of long, hairy or pointed projections coming out. It's very long, and they have these. They don't have hands or feet. They have these claws, and they have scales, and also scales that seem to kind of disappear into one another. But it's more pronounced on the back. There seem to be lumps or protrusions coming from the hand. There seem to be some kind of growth, appendages where, on the back. And they seem golden. And not all of them have that. And there is a tail, and they need a lot of times will keep the tail curled. And when I've seen her when she's very displeased with something, as I've seen other members like this, this tail is whipped around, very agitated, and she hisses.
What color?
Which one in particular?
Just take the Queen Mother's example.
She's kind of a beige color on the underside. And by the time you bring them around to the back and the tail and the top of the head and the top of the nose, now whatever, it's going to look very, they're dark speckles and large speckles, dark browns. And the eyes, usually, they're large, they look like, they're very round and they look like they're coming out of their sockets and very protruding. And usually the color ranges from beige to gold to greenish gold. And there's this dark slit down, a vertical slit. And when the eyes look when they look hooded, it's a frightening thing because it seems that when the eyes are hooded, there's about to do something. The lids come down, and they like it's almost, I guess it would be the same thing that even it's an expression of some kind of idea. They're just about 7 feet tall. Some are a little shorter. They're to a foot shorter. Some are a little bit taller than 7 feet.
So what would the Queen and Prince Charles look like in the reptilian?
As to height?
As to general appearance?
Well, Charles resembles in both ways in human form and in reptilian. He resembles Kadar. He's shorter though in reptilian form than Kadar, but the way that the reptilian with the nose shapes has the snout, that point where the jaw becomes the under part. It's very much like Pindar, and his mother doesn't look quite the same as he does.
What does the Queen look like?
The Queen, she's darker, not quite so pale. She's darker. All over, she doesn't have the amount of I would call it freckling. It's more like a gradual, the skin is gradually getting darker. It's more smooth. And she does have the lumps up on around her head and down the tail, the spine. Charles has the tails go down around the spine, and funny enough, he has the protrusions from the skull in reptilian form, about or above, right above where it seems that his ears would have been.
What is it about the rituals that allow the shapeshifter to happen?
When the victims are starting to be sacrificed, it's the scent of the blood. And they start shape-shifting at that point in time. And they can hardly wait to get to the blood. It's like they're addicted to blood. And then the consumption of human flesh that follows.
What have you seen the Queen or any of the royal family do in relation to that? Have you seen them sacrifice and consume human flesh?
There times when they will actually do the sacrifice, or there will have been someone doing the sacrifice, and it's not happening fast enough for them. So they will step in and finish it themselves, because the sacrifice the ritual has to gone through the sacrificially and ritualistically, it has to have gone through, and they will step right in and just start tearing the throat out, and they're getting all this blood from the jugular vein at the same time, and that has happened when there are many there that are going to be sacrificed, and they just can't wait, and they're tearing into the contents of the abdomen and stomach of the victim afterwards.
Who have you seen do that?
I've seen the Queen Mother do that, and Prince Rose and Charles. I've seen Peter Rothschild did this. It seems that I've seen it more among royalty, or so-called royalty, due to this, the people that are not entitled. They don't seem to. It feels like they don't dare, but they shapeshift nonetheless. But it's like the royals that step in and just start tearing away, taking party ways.
How long can they hold the reptilian form in this occasion?
During the rituals, it's much easier for them to hold the reptilian form. They can stay in that form. But what it is they have a hard time holding their human form. And as long as they're around ones, they can hold the human form.
This is a playback of a nun.
How do you think the story of Diana fits into all this?
You don't want to get touched during the sleep ritual.
The royal family background that you know about. What was read about what happened in Paris?
Diana was a ritual sacrifice because she's named after goddess Diana. She was chosen from before birth for the purpose of which she served. I understand it very well, and I'm very empathetic towards Diana, because in a way it parallels what happened to me. To have served your purpose had two children and then tossed aside. And to her horror, though she obviously never attending the ritual, she knew something was happening, and she knew what was going on, and could not be trusted in the ritual anyways. I don't think that Diana would have to do the ritual. I don't think that they would get her to cooperate in this, because she actually saw for herself that this was going on after she married Charles.
Was there any way, when Diana was married to Charles, without attending a blood ritual, that she could see him or one of the others become a reptile?
They have a tendency when they're asleep to shapeshift, and they have to consciously hold their form when they're asleep. They have a tendency to not hold human form and shapeshift into reptilians, and there could be other things that happen. I'm thinking about the times that Diana would have gone through a menstrual period. Well, that would have also really triggered some of these people, the royal family that are reptilian around her, to want to shapeshift, or any woman, any human woman that planetary shapeshift.
What was the whole, what appears to be a ceremony surrounding her assassination? What was that about? The rumors that she was pregnant, Egyptian dirty fire, and the place where it all happened, which is an ancient sacrificial site to the goddess Diana. How does all that fit together in the rituals that you know about?
Okay, the crown aspect of the goddess is Hecate, and the day of Hecate is on August 13th. And what is very prevalent with the Illuminati and what they've done with the Druidism and other Egyptian religions is they like to mirror the numbers. And so, as like, for example, with the goddess Isis, her number is 18. When you mirror it, it's 81, and that is the number of the sister of Isis, Nephthys. And Nephthys was considered the evil sister to Isis. With Hecate, what I think happened here is that she was sacrificed, and it was a very important sacrifice because 3 people died, and it was a picture of the triad of Isis, Osiris, and Horus to them. Horus being the unborn child of Dodi-Fayed that Diana carried and was 3 months old, which is another very important fact and number, but it's important to them to be 3 months old. Sacrificial babies are taken in utero at 3, 5, and 7 months. And when I heard about this deal, that I understood now had gone down, and she had to die in that tunnel because that tunnel's a passageway for Diana, the goddess. And she died at the 13th pillar again because of Hecate. And on the 31st, because it's the mirror image of 13. And my understanding of what I get inside of me, and because I was told by Baron de Rothschild last beginning of February when he was in this country and he was there trying to reprogram me again and impregnate me, was that he was in the tunnel. That night he had to be there because not only was it a ritual death of Diana, this was also about taking her soul. And he was taking the soul of Diana, which no one else there could do. Whoever was present there could not do it. He could do it. And he was in France.
This is the hypnotic stare you talk about.
Yes. And drawing in the breath. And he had to be there to do this ritual killing, this ritual murder.
This would mean that the ambulance team and a doctor that arrived within a minute of the crash coming the other way must have been in on this whole deal, or at least the people in charge of the ambulance team. From your experience of the kind of people involved in this Illuminati satanic network, do you think that's possible that they could set that up?
Yes, I do. I've seen a lot of things set up that if you did not know if you were in on the so-called inner circle or know what the Illuminati can do, because they depend on people not believing they're really there. You would not have a hard time believing it. That this has been such a secret group that worked in such insidious ways to infiltrate and control. And there are so many unanswered questions they don't seem to be able to answer about Diana that keep coming up in spite of all the reports that come out, because there are people that don't believe what they're hearing.
What would have been the purpose of creating such a clear and definite ritual in the assassination of Diana? What would be the purpose of that, where they could have killed her in another way?
Because it had to be done as a ritual, because they were going to take her soul. And it had to happen in the tunnel, it had to happen that way, it had to happen in that year. And this is all, there's all a timeline to all of this.
There's been many rumors that she was pregnant, but as I understand it, one of her friends says that that was not possible because she knew that very shortly before she had a menstrual period. Is it possible to be pregnant and for that to still happen?
Yes, it is. This happened to me. I was impregnated with one of my unfertilized eggs that was fertilized by this girl, Pindar. And he sent Gita Roth's child to impregnate me in this manner. And I was impregnated in October of '94. I had periods up until February when it was discovered, and they seemed normal, not light. And I then was, since I had the background in the nursing home and had worked with the nurse midwife delivering babies, I was, for some reason, it occurred to me to check my stomach, my abdomen, and I realized that I was pregnant, and so I ended up seeing the doctor who told me, you know, he verified you're pregnant, did it with blood test, with urine test, and ultrasound exam, and if I don't do an abortion on you tomorrow, you're going to have to go through a different type of abortion, which is a saline abortion. And I knew what I was pregnant with by that time. And so I was terrified to go through with it, and I could not go through with it, knowing what I knew. And so I had the abortion, but I had periods the whole time.
You were impregnated at the point that it happened without you having any knowledge of it.
No, I did not.
Is it possible that that happened to Diana if she was, as the evidence that I've looked at suggests, also mind-controlled and a multiple from the early part of her life?
That is definitely more than a probability. The thing about being multiple or dissociative identity disorder is that the host person doesn't know that they have missing time, but then they have amnesia for the missing time. They don't realize they're missing time. They don't realize things are happening to them. They show up, pregnant. They show up with marks on their bodies. They don't know, well, I think I must have found myself, and that's not exactly what happened. Or they have needle marks on their body when they've been gotten hold of and drugged. And it's only when they start to realize something's not right, and they try and make a timeline and try to count for their time, they realize there's so much they can't account for that they simply took for granted. Oh, I was out shopping, or I was at this person's house, or I was over there. Then they realize they don't have a timeline for any of these things.
Do you think that Diana's children were Prince Charles's children?
I do not believe that William is. I've heard that he was Charles's son. I've heard about someone else, and I believe that it was neither. I believe that this child of Prince William is the son of Pindar, and she was impregnated, and she did not realize that.
When you look at the ritual nature of all that, you've got Osiris, who would seem symbolized by dirty fire. You've got Isis symbolized by Diana. Presumably the baby quite obviously symbolizes Horus, an Egyptian legend and ritual. Why create that in a tunnel in Paris at that time? What was it designed to do, to symbolize or whatever?
It's to symbolize, it's part of symbolizing getting ready, getting the world ready to recognize the Horus that is about to come upon us in the year 2000. This year 2000 is the age of Horus and Osiris reborn, and there's sacrifice involved. And the sacrifice is the mother, and the sacrifice is this child, and yet it involves another child who yet lives by the same mother. And
you're talking about William?
Yes, I am talking about William.
What would have happened to Diana in your experience of the ritual, and what would have happened to the unborn child after the events in the tunnel in Paris?
Diana left her dad. She didn't leave until alive. That ritual, she had to die in that tunnel, and they had to take her soul in that tunnel. And they had to take the soul, or developing essence of the child. And in the hospital, it follows logically, according to what I know about what they do, that they would have taken the uterus and the fetus from Diana, that would have been taken, and as a ritual, that would have been taken, and they would have removed other body parts.
And done what?
Distributed them for high Illuminati members to consume. Because this is a ritual sacrifice.
Some strange things happened after that. Strange things happened all the way through it. But suddenly, the decision was made that she would not be buried in the local church where she wanted to be buried, but on an island among the trees in a lake at Upthorpe Park. And Earl Spencer, her brother, claims through a dream he was inspired to put 4 black swans on the lake. Therefore, from your, again, knowledge of the ritual, what does all that mean? Why do that?
Because 4 black swans have to do with 4 directions, 4 seasons. They have to do with something for all eternity. To have 4 of something black, like that swan's figure in Celtic mythology, quite a bit in the Druid mythology. and black is the color of Hecate. And also one of the goddess aspects, the three goddess aspects that they have, the name is black flame, black star. And black flame means unto death. And so therefore the color black. And somewhere there would be a flame.
The decisions after her death to put on an island among the trees in a lake and the 4 black swans were all, at least on the surface, taken by her brother Earl Spencer. Have you any experience of him?
Earl Spencer, I've seen her rituals. He's definitely tied into it. Her family has been part of this. She has this bloodline. I have not seen him shapeshift, but he's tied into it.
You've seen him at rituals?
Yes, I have.
Sacrifices took place?
Yes, I have.
What about her father? Any knowledge of him?
Her father was present at rituals. Her father would have been involved way before Diana was born. For her to have been involved in watch her actions after she was married, cutting herself, being anorexic, being bulimic, just these are so indicative of someone who has been involved in mind control, has been hurt, and has been forced to follow mind programming. This would have started when she was a little child, and her father would have been involved.
So if they got her into this mind control stream from birth, presumably they would have been able to shape events right from that point to the 13th pillar.
Yes. Yeah, they would have. When somebody becomes what we call multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder, there are many programs that are induced that can be induced at any point. I mean, you've got the machinery in place with a very small child, and as they're grown, they can install parts at any point. They have different parts hold these programs, and they can be made to do just about anything. They're taught things such as red light is a green light, go through the light. They drive faster than they realize they're driving. They are able to memorize or see it, just glance at something and right away just pick what the point is that they're going after for some reason, or they can memorize phone numbers just a glance.
The car hit the 13th pillar, driven by Henri Paul, who was missing for 3 hours that night. A man who's been connected to both the British and French intelligence. Given the obsession with the number 13, it seems beyond coincidence that with all those pillars in the tunnel, it hit the 13th. Is it possible to mind control someone like Henri Paul so that at speed they could pick out the 13th tunnel, the 13th pillar?
Yes, it is. He also, it's very, very possible that he was drugged and programmed from the time he was missing. It's possible for him to have taken medication but not have it affect him at all.
Does that include alcohol?
Alcohol also, yeah. And then maybe later or not, it would affect him, depending on if that's what the program was, or it to affect him. But not victims. Oh, I've been through this myself, so I know this to be true. And,
What happened to you in this incident?
it was a very bad time in my life. One time in particular I'm speaking of, where my then husband told me that he wanted a divorce, and I took approximately 8. I don't remember what the dosage was, but 8 Xanax pills in front of him, and I drove from where I lived in Orange County to the Norwalk area, and went to see my therapist who was holding some groups in this area, and I did not feel the effects of the pills at all. When I drove to see him, I did not feel the effects of the pills at all when I left there an hour and a half later. And I had no car accidents, I wasn't stopped. My driving skills were very good. And I've seen it happen with other people that have had mind control programming in DID, and you just swallow up medication when one part holds on to it and does not affect the body.
So if you're in a compartment that is not connected to taking the pills, you're not affected by it. But if you were put into that compartment that took the pills, if you like, you would be affected by them.
Yes, and you can also have what they can do with you is have a whole bunch of altars or parts lined up that, okay, you will be out from this point to this point, and then this next part will be adapted at this from this point to this point. They can keep going like that. It can be very complicated. They can line it up that way. That's where the programming goes.
Do you think this could explain the apparent mystery of a alcohol reading of Henri Paul that was equivalent to 8 Scottish on an empty stomach, while the video evidence of the Ritz Hotel security cameras is that this was not a man in the minutes before he drove Diana into the tunnel that was in any way at that level of drunkenness?
Yes, that can very well explain it. With this kind of mind control programming that they do, once you go into that mode that they want you in, you can be hurt and in a lot of pain, or you can be drugged to the gills, or have drunk too much, and you appear to be no pain at all, appear to be perfectly with it, and you don't feel it. You feel all right.
People would find it difficult, just coming from their own kind of experience and observation, that someone could drive a car into a tunnel at considerable speed and pick out among 30 odd the 13th pillar. How is that possible to program someone to do that?
Because that someone has been taught and programmed and taught for quite a while how to do this at a very fast speed. The mind works very fast, and if they have the mind and the body connected the right way, they can drive. This person would have been able to drive into the 13th pillar at a fast speed.
Would that have been happening on a conscious level, or would the subconscious have been pulling the strings?
This would be at a subconscious level, and the person would not be aware themselves of what they were doing.
In those crucial minutes before Henri Paul got in the car and drove away, would someone have had to have given him the trigger to access and activate the programming then? Or could he have been in some way pre-programmed to be triggered at that time? And if so, what would that be?
Well, he was probably programmed to do all of this at a trigger signal. And so what happened is that somebody triggered him with a preset signal that he was told when you are given this signal, you will act out. You know, and the program was already set to go off when the trigger, when he saw the trigger.
What form could this trigger have taken?
It could have been a hand signal. It could have been a certain type of handshake. It could have been a color that he saw that was flashed in front of his face. It could have been a certain person doing a hand signal. It's most likely that there was a person present that he was to react to when this person said it was something or signaled him in some way.
Given the extent of your programming from birth, how was it possible for you to break out of it, as you appear to have done now?
One thing that happened is that in 1989, my programmer handler died, who was Mengele. And he was in this country so much, and I was around him so much, and he had a lot of control over me. And what happens when a programmer handler dies, they usually have taught the person that they've been working with to be very, very loyal unto death to them. And that's something that they, in the end, it works against everything, because when they die, even someone else coming in and trying to take over, a lot of these altars are not open to that and are loyal to that one person. And in my case, Baron Guy de Rothschild is the one that tried to take over. And for some number of years, there was a lot of the time, half the time they got their way, and half the time they didn't. And in major things, they did not get their way. One of the things that I went out and did in 1993 was I cut my hair off, and because I was publicly seen and known to have very, very long hair, I could no longer be seen. I could not be seen with my hair short. This would have caused a lot of questions with other people that had been programmed. And they still tried to carry on with other parts where I wouldn't have to be publicly seen, because they still consider me to hold this status. And they still consider me their property. I was always told I was their property.
One question that people would ask is, given all that you know, why don't they just take you out?
They still have plans for me, and this was told to me just a few days ago by someone else who has spoken with Baron Guy de Rothschild. They have plans for me, and they plan to have me back because of the psychic abilities, and that is not going to happen.
In the little bit of tape you've got left, can we just tip the subject to the jewelry that you've got to your left there? What is that? Is that part of the rituals that you were involved in?
The first one, this is a child's ring. It is a 14 karat gold, white, or 14 karat white gold ring with a diamond in the middle of a hexagram, or a hexagonal shape, and it forms what looks like hexagon if you were able to look closely at the diamond. This was returned to me by my ex-husband, who told me, well, this was in your daughter's clothes, and this was a message to me, and it was a trigger to me for him to do this. very well. Any high-ranking survivors that I have talked to that know of this ring know that it's from Mothers of Darkness, and this it would be very unusual. I mean, I don't know of anyone else that has a ring like this in possession at this point in time.
And what's the necklace?
The necklace here is made out of copper, and it's very Egyptian. And it was given to me when I turned 19, and that's an important age because you really start at the position I was at, having these psychic powers in full effect and being allowed to do this in full effect during rituals. This was worn during certain rituals.
Why copper and why have it all?
Copper is a transmitter. Copper has always been used in the occult. It has a specific meaning. It has the meaning it has is because I had a triad of altars that were very active in my rituals. The triad was Isis, Osiris, and Horus. And Isis was the part that drew down the moon. And Osiris performed the rituals, and Horus was what was born of performing those rituals.
Just in the literally 3 minutes we've got left, or 3 or 4 minutes. I don't know, it's difficult, but I want people to understand the nature of what's going on to so many people today. What sort of things were done to you as part of your traumatization as a child and later?
I was electroshocked to the extent that my parents were told when I was in first grade that my IQ was 70 and that I was retarded, and they said I would be retarded. I always had trouble in school because when I was in school, because I missed so much school, my school records are missing. They've just disappeared. I have medical records. I have had my eyelids taped open, and so I couldn't shut my eyes. I have been electroshocked. I've been put into a narcoleptic sleep and had earphones placed over my ears and had messages repeated for days. I've had drugs injected into my body so that my nerves were just like on fire. And then they would just touch me. I've had, since I wasn't allowed to have marks on my body, they couldn't use a cattle prod on me, but they do use cattle prods on people in torturing them, and they do use electrical stimulation to the genitals and also on the teeth. And they like to inject between the toes and under the fingernails and up in the gums. I've also had some kind of scarring done up through the roof of my mouth all the way to the brainstem back here that gives me a photographic memory. And I have calcium blocks around the pineal gland that seem to be perfectly spaced and even, and it's very, very curious. Doctors can't seem to come up with a reason for that. I have been programmed to be anorexic, to be bulimic. For the government programming, since I was also used by the government in this country, I was programmed to cut my arms if I started to remember, which I was punished for by the Illuminati, as I was not to have these marks upon myself. I was made to eat my own feces as a little child. I was made to drink my own urine. I was not allowed to go to the bathroom. I was placed in a sensory deprivation tank. I had my shoulders, my knees, my toes, and my fingers, my elbows dislocated and then put back in place when they wanted me to be traumatized. I've repeatedly had phone calls of tones coming over my phone, and tones that you can't make by pressing telephone buttons, tones that sonar sounds from a submarine, tones that sound like they were made by some type of instrument. And I have had directed energy use on me, ELF, low frequency electric waves use on me, microwave energy, and this in turn has created two different, I have put here one tone in one ear, one tone in a different tone in the other ear. It creates a third tone. They're called tritones. They change the electrical activity of your brainwaves and to put you in the state they want you in. I have been programmed to run through red light, thinking it's green. There's been a lot of programming done around my children that used my children against me. And it's a very painful subject with me. To know that this is happening to my children, the same thing that's happened to me. It's hard, it's easier. I don't know if I can make people understand this. It's easier for me to have, okay, I can handle that. I went through this. And what I want most is to expose these people because of what they're doing to children all over, but they're doing it to my children too. And my daughter believes I've abandoned her. My son believes I abandoned him. If they don't have hope when they're children, they don't have hope. Their mother's taken away from them, and they're told that their mother just left them. So this is a cycle that goes on with thousands and thousands of survivors, not just myself. And this is how they perpetuated it if there is a parent that's protecting their beliefs and has built out the society.
The astonishing revelations of Arizona Wilder, a very, very brave lady who's chosen to stand up and be counted. And only by enough people doing that is this nonsense and this manipulation going to be brought to an end, as it is in the next few years. And we've come to the end of our little tour of the Centre of Global Control, and we're here now outside the Houses of Parliament in London, the so-called mother of parliaments, because of course it has provided the blueprint for so many other so-called democracies all around the world. It's just another vehicle for the one-party state that is relentlessly turning out legislation advancing this global centralization agenda. Not a place of democracy at all, a place for legislating the agenda into reality. Well, you've heard the information and possibly read it in The Biggest Secret at greater length also. The question is, what are we going to do about it? That's entirely up to you as an individual and me as an individual. As someone once said, what you think of me is none of my business, and it's not. This is just information, make of it what will. But what we make of it and what we decide to do in the light of this knowledge will decide the kind of world that we and our children are going to live in the next few years and beyond. The Chinese have a word that means at the same time both danger, crisis, and opportunity. And that's the situation we're in now. Yes, there's a crisis. Yes, there's a danger of this global fascist state becoming reality, but it's also an opportunity to wake up and make the change that will turn this planet from a prison into the paradise it once was and the paradise it will become again. And that is about choice. Choosing what we do as a result of what we know. And I quote in my books a number of times an American comedian called Bill Hicks, a genius in his way, very angry man, but a very brilliant man, a very profound man. And he described life in this way. He said, life's like a ride in an amusement park. And when you go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. The ride goes up and down, round and round. It has the thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some have been on the ride for a long time, and they remember, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't be afraid ever.
Because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up. I've got a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry and my family and my big bank account. This has to be real. It's just a ride. We always kill those good guys who try to tell us that and let the demons run amok. But it doesn't matter. Because it's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. In other words, it's just a reflection of our own attitudes. And to change, as Bill Hicks said, doesn't need big bank accounts. It just needs a choice right now between fear and love. Fear is the four-letter word that has controlled this planet and this human race for thousands of years. Love is the word that will set us free. And that's the choice we face now. And the world that those two choices will create will be so different as to be unexplainable. The chasm between the two, a prison or a paradise. I just want to say one other thing before we finish this video. I don't want to demonize the reptilian race because it's just a genetic stream in the brain forever. I'm talking about this number of this reptilian race that is behind this manipulation, not the race in general. And indeed, many of the reptilian stream, both in physical bodies and in other dimensions, are working now to help humanity win their freedom, win our freedom back. And I'd like to thank once again also Arizona Wilder for having the guts to stand up and speak her truth. And if enough people do that, then this house of cards, because that's all it is in the end, is going to fall. And I'd like to thank also my friend Brian Desborough for helping Arizona and for his own commitment to truth. We're now at the crossroads of the evolution of the human race, or a crossroads anyway. And the good news is this. There is a global awakening going on. I've spoken to something like 20 countries in the last 18 months. People are waking up. They're asking questions. They're seeing themselves and the world in a different light. And this is going to gather pace and is gathering pace all the time. And it's this transformation of human thought and perception that is going to bring the change that we dreamed about for so long. Dreams are merely imagination, which can be made reality if we're prepared to do what is necessary to achieve that. That's the challenge we face now. It's a wonderful, wonderful time to be alive, and we're all privileged to be here to play a part in setting this world free for the first time in known human history. From the epicenter of global control, but not for very much longer. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.
Carat gold, right? Or 14 karat white gold ring with a diamond in the middle.
Earl Spencer, her brother, the jewelry on you.
So I kept with me. Is that somebody triggered him with a preset signal that he was told when you are given this signal, you will act out. You know, the program was already set to go off when the trigger, when he saw the trigger.
What form could this trigger have taken?
It could have been a hand signal. It could have been a certain type of handshake. It could have been a color that he saw that was flashed in front of his face. It could have been a certain person doing a hand signal. It's most likely that there was a person present that he was to react to when this person said it was something or signaled him in some way.
Given the extent of your programming from birth, how was it possible for you to break out of it, as you appear to have done now?
One thing that happened is that in 1989, my programmer handler died, who was Megala. And he was in this country so much, and I was around him so much, and he had a lot of control over me. And what happens when a programmer handler dies working on working with to be very, very loyal unto death to them. And that's something that they, in the end, it is, it works against everything, because when they die, even someone else coming in and trying to take over, a lot of these altars are not open to that and are loyal to that one person. And in my case, Baron Diderot's child is the one that tried to take over. And for some number of years, there was a lot of the time, half the time, they got their way, and half the time they didn't. And in major things, they did not get their way. One of the things that I went out and did in 1993 was I cut my hair off, because I was publicly seen and known to have very, very long hair. I could no longer be seen. I could not be seen with my hair for. This would have caused a lot of questions with other people that had been programmed. And they still tried to carry on with other parts where I wouldn't have to be publicly seen, because they still consider me to hold this status. And they still consider me their property. I was always told I was their property.
One question that people would ask is, given all that you know, why don't they just take you out?
They still have plans for me, and this was told to me just a few days ago by someone else who has spoken with Baron Diderot's child, that they have plans for me, and they plan to have me back because of psychic abilities, and that is not going to happen.
In the little bit of tape we've got left, could we just tip the subject to the jury you got to your left there? What is that? Was that part of the rituals that you were involved in?
The first one, this is a child's ring. It is a 14 karat gold, white, or 14 karat white gold ring with a diamond in the middle of a hexagram, or a hexagonal shape, and it looks like hexagon if you were able to look closely at the diamond. This was returned to me by my ex-husband, who told me, well, this was in your daughter's clothes, and this was a message to me, and it was a trigger to me for him to do this. While any high-ranking survivors that I have talked to that know of this ring know that it's from Mothers of Darkness. And it would be very unusual. I mean, I don't know of anyone else that has a ring like this in possession at this point in time.
And what's the necklace?
The necklace here is made out of copper, and it's very Egyptian, and it was given to me when I turned 19, and that's an important age, because you really start at the position I was at, having these psychic powers in full effect and being allowed to do this in full effect during rituals. This was born during certain rituals.
Why copper, and why have it all?
Copper is a transmitter. Copper has always been used in the occult. It has a specific meaning. The meaning it has is because I had a triad of altars that were very active in my rituals. The triad was Isis, Osiris, and Horus. And Isis was the part that drew down the moon. And Osiris performed the rituals, and Horus was what was born of performing those rituals.
Just in the literally 3 minutes we got left, or 3 or 4 minutes, I know it's difficult, but I want people to understand the nature of what's going on to so many people today. What sort of things were done to you as part of your traumatization as a child and later?
I was electroshocked to the extent that my parents were told when I was in first grade that my IQ was 70 and that I was retarded, and they said I would be retarded. I always had trouble in school because when I was in school, because I missed so much school, my school records are missing. They've just disappeared. I have medical records that are missing. My birth certificate appears to have been tampered with. I have had my eyelids taped open, and so I couldn't shut my eyes. I have been electroshocked. I've been put into a narcoleptic sleep and had earphones placed over my ears and had messages repeated for days. I've had drugs injected into my body so that my nerves were just like on fire, and then they would just touch me. I've had, since I wasn't allowed to have marks on my body, they couldn't use a cattle prod on me, but they do use cattle prods on people in torturing them, and they do use electrical stimulation to the genitals and also on the teeth. And they like to inject between the toes and under the fingernails and up in the gums. I've also had some kind of scarring done up through the roof of my mouth all the way to the brainstem back here that gives me a photographic memory. And I have calcium blocks around the pineal gland that seem to be perfectly spaced and even, and it's very, very curious. Doctors can't seem to come up with a reason for that. I have been programmed to be anorexic, to be bulimic, for the government programming, since I was also used by the government in this country. I was programmed to cut my arms if I started to remember, which I was punished for by the Illuminati, because I was not to have these marks upon myself. I was made to eat my own feces as a little child. I was made to drink my own urine. I was not allowed to go to the bathroom. I was placed in a sensory deprivation tank. I had my shoulders, my knees, my toes, and my fingers, my elbows dislocated and then put back in place when they wanted me to be traumatized. I've repeatedly had phone calls of tones coming over my phone, and tones that you can't make by pressing telephone buttons, tones that sound like sonar sounds from a submarine, tones that sound like they were made by some type of instrument. And I have had directed energy use on me, ELF, low frequency electric waves use on me, microwave energy, and this in turn has created two different. I have put here one tone in one ear, one tone in a different tone in the other ear. It creates a third tone. They're called tritones. They change the electrical activity of your brainwaves and to put you in the state they want you in. I have been programmed to run through red light, thinking it's green. There's been a lot of programming done around my children that use my children against me. And it's a very painful subject with me. To know that this is happening to my children, the same thing that's happened to me. It's hard, it's easier. I don't know if I can make people understand this. It's easier for me to have, okay, I can handle that. I went through this. And what I want most is to expose these people because of what they're doing to children all over. But they're doing it to my children too. And my daughter believes I've abandoned her. My son believes I abandoned him. And they don't have children, they don't have hope. Their mother's taken away from them, and they're told that their mother just left them. So this is a cycle that goes on with thousands and thousands of survivors, not just myself. And this is how they're perpetuated if there is a parent that's protecting their beliefs and has found out this is happening.
The astonishing revelations of Arizona Wilder, a very, very brave lady who's chosen to stand up and be counted. And only by enough people doing that is this nonsense and this manipulation going to be brought to an end, as it is in the next few years. So we've come to the end of our little tour of the centre of global control, and we're here now outside the Houses of Parliament in London, the so-called mother of parliaments, because of course it has provided the blueprint for so many other so-called democracies all around the world. And it's just another vehicle for the one-party state that is relentlessly turning out legislation advancing this global centralization agenda. Not a place of democracy at all, a place for legislating the agenda into reality. Well, you've heard the information and possibly read it in The Biggest Secret at Greater Length also. The question is, what are we going to do about it? That's entirely up to you as an individual and me as an individual. As someone once said, what you think of me is none of my business, and it's not. This is just information, make of it what you will. But what we make of it and what we decide to do in the light of this knowledge will decide the kind of world that we and our children are going to live in the next few years and beyond. The Chinese have a word that means at the same time both danger, crisis, and opportunity. And that's the situation we're in now. Yes, there's a crisis. Yes, there's a danger of this global fascist state becoming reality, but it's also an opportunity to wake up and make the change that will turn this planet from a prison into the paradise it once was and the paradise it will become again. And that is about choice. Choosing what we do as a result of what we know. And I once, in my books a number of times, an American comedian called Bill Hicks, a genius in his way, very angry man, but a very brilliant man, a very profound man. And he described life in this way. He said, life's like a ride in an amusement park. And when you go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. The ride goes up and down, round and round. It has the thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some have been on the ride for a long time, and they remember, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't be afraid ever, because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up. I've got a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry and my family and my big bank account. This has to be real. It's just a ride. We always kill those good guys who try to tell us that and let the demons run amok. But it doesn't matter, because it's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. In other words, it's just a reflection of our own attitudes. And to change, as Bill Hicks said, doesn't need big bank accounts. It just means a choice right now between fear and love. Fear is the four-letter word that has controlled this planet and this human race for thousands of years. Love is the word that will set us free. And that's the choice we face now. And the world that those two choices will create will be so different as to be unexplainable. The chasm between the two, a prison or a paradise. I just want to say one other thing before we finish this video. I don't want to demonize the reptilian race, because it's just a genetic stream in the great forever. I'm talking about this number of this reptilian race that is behind this manipulation, not the race in general. And indeed, many of the reptilian stream, both in physical bodies and in other dimensions, are working now to help humanity win their freedom, win our freedom back. And I'd like to thank once again also Arizona Wilder for having the guts to stand up and speak her truth. And if enough people do that, then this house of cards, because that's all it is in the end, is going to fall. And I'd like to thank also my friend Brian Desborough for helping Arizona and for his own commitment to truth. We're now at the crossroads of the evolution of the human race, or a crossroads anyway. And the good news is this: there is a global awakening going on. I've spoken to something like 20 countries in the last 18 months. People are waking up. They're asking questions. They're seeing themselves and the world in a different light. And this is going to gather pace and is gathering pace all the time. And it's this transformation of human thought and perception that is going to bring the change that we've dreamed about for so long. Dreams are merely imagination, which can be made reality if we're prepared to do what is necessary to achieve that. That's the challenge we face now. It's a wonderful, wonderful time to be alive, and we're all privileged to be here to play a part in setting this world free for the first time in known human history. From the epicenter of global control, but not for very much longer. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.
Well, there's your evidence of being attacked. Demonic revenue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do my entities. Absolutely divine. You want to tricks after all? How they hack into people's brains as well. It's all very divine. And check this brain. You can heal this, not natural at all. Not isn't it amazing? Gather the evidence. Come on. Now, does that play back? Well, I'm playing back. Fine. Does that seem like an active sleep? Well, to get yourself good off and look at the one control, brain and trace technology as well as what you heard by David Icke. And the interviewer, he's interviewing female. It's satanic, occult, non-human entities. She ex-member and she coming up. But actually it's still remaining. What this program does is set you up and get you robbed as well. And got robbed in 13th of January 2022. I just found all the old boxes of my phone that was stolen for £200 worth. I've got all the special numbers, and I should phone up the companies eventually to block these phones if it's not too late to do it. I've been out for boxes before. Oh, and Freemason police, public servants in England, deliberately make sure that happens, or it happens. So anyway, I don't know how many was it yet, but I don't know what time the stream started. I'll check it in a minute. So I don't know about the 4 hours, 8 hours sleep. These are dark times, generally speaking. Yes, all this spamming this channel does not help either. The can't block these idiots that are spamming. Honour the don't see the comments. And it's not what you think it is. It's demonic, it is. Time travel, portals. Educateyourself.org and go investigate. You can see for oneself. Read, I should say. Right. The World Bank Marriage Society offers. Let's check how many hours. That's my air freshener. Right, I have to go into background of this channel. Find out. 7 hours ago. So I don't think I had 5 hours. Yeah, I forgive those that chance. Forgiveness of these demonic. Well, it's really demonic. It says no. Satan's army, I call it. The radiation. Let me just put this. What's the time now? 1:15. Might be in 5 hours sleep, if that. My throat is all sore. Radiation effects. Antichrist. The world's changing. Yeah, blocking all traffic as usual. I've had about 6 hours sleep, I think. This is demonic. This plane's back. What you also see on this is the not in actual sunlight. But not a natural sleep. Right, let's go back. I can tell what Tom started this. Satanic sacrifices. Yeah, it's about 6:30. Six and a half hours sleep, I think I've had. Yeah, reptilians. That's what you're hearing. Shape-shifting, yeah. Wow. Wow. So basically, let me stop this playback. I've had enough. Oh my God. I'm not watching the Antichrist in England during the bankers' wars. No, thank you. Got better things to do. Certain things are not good. All the mainstream media are covering it and I don't know what's going on. Right. Let's get into this chat. Right. Putting a link in, go and research it. Nesting. And shape shifting. Demons they are. Absolute demons. Well, let's get rid of that one. And also in this image, look up this subject. As Nebra, Planet X, Wormwood, comets as well, and what you see, i.e. the live. Delete that. I can't type, just woke up. There it goes now. Scotland. And then what you hear is the EMF waves. Brain interface technology attacks during my sleep. That's why I stream it. See what I can pick up. And the date is the 13th, 11/20/22. Time was about 6:30 a.m. So by the time I woke up, it's about 12:30 p.m. in the afternoon. Just in case people wonders what that noise is. And be careful whatever you post online, because everything's monitored more than ever. There's a lot of changes in the earth going on. Abide in me and I in you. Here we go. Scaremongering UK News. And beware of next week as well. Right, Christ's forgiveness is a very powerful spiritual positivity. If anyone needs to have an uplift in the times of living in, cast out these demonic entities. Okay, let's go back to my channel. Right. Right. Right.
It works against my stomach. I wondered what was the reaction to it now.
You can tell when these non-human Nephilims come through and do the portals and attack the physical body. There's a guy who explains it really well. Just saw something else.
Help, and the ships that could have come earlier and saved many more lives were delayed. Lives were lost, all because people thought that this ship could not be destroyed. But unfortunately, people did not listen to Jesus. Many of the people at that time, when they saw the Roman army coming, instead of running away from Jerusalem, they believed that the temple could never be destroyed. They believed that Jerusalem could never be conquered. And
this is a time in life you've got to be careful of false prophets as well. Wow. Yeah, but what else?
Jerusalem could never be.
It's going to bring over here.
Depends on where you're at. Things. Okay, right here. What these are, these.
I've got an audio of the night before as well. Wow.
A day or two ago, or for fighting addiction, come over here. We can help you guys.
Obviously, the faster I go, the brighter
The wave just wasn't adding up.
I know you're my savior.
like spinning coins.
Perhaps.
Oh, that had to be like a child. Jeez. That's 11th November 2022 during the night. These demons are on a mission. It's really disgusting. Right.
Plush by.
So I left.
Right, get rid of that one. now 1:30ish. Yep. Get to this channel, check the weather. Wow. Weather manipulation, alright. The temperatures are going down at night. 5 degrees. Just like that. 4 degrees, 3 degrees. Oh, for goodness me, here we go. Get rid of the blackouts, that's the point. Gotta try and get some painkillers, my throat's killing me. Right. Get rid of this unwanted spam. Might be okay, because this is the spiritual war. They attack your soul. When you're subconsciously meant to be asleep, you come into the attack, and that's what you hear. So demonic attacks, as well as the frequencies. Right. Let's go back. I shall end the stream. I'll get stuff in my throat. Keep my immune system up. Alright. So I'm gonna end the stream now. You can go and research. I'll do one last screenshot of this website. The key subjects to educate yourself on is there. Subject or the heading of the stream began with. And a lot of people are really good waking up to this about the war racket back in history and to date. To hell with the wars. And this book, that's what you might want to have a nose. And these are the subjects, how they did the frequencies, mind control. There's things I usually go on, can't find. Eternal Goals, the New World Order. Elizabeth Touchstone has passed away now. And one can go and watch the video, and you can find the link here. The Illuminati, and I recommend, in my opinion, to go and look it up as well.